You're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll call this special teleconference City Studies Council study session together tonight. It's Wednesday, June 10th, 2020, and the time is 6 p.m. Could I have the city clerk just take a roll call verbally so we know who all from council is present?
Certainly, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Sierra?
Present.
Member Anderson?
Present.
Member Cuesta?
Present.
Member Russell?
She's on mute.
Oh,
She's present.
oh,
Member Russell, can you find your mute button?
oh,
We can't hear you, so whatever.
okay. Member Russell present.
We do want to make sure it works though for you so that when you do want to speak up, are you having any technical difficulties? You are.
Okay.
Okay. She'll work on it.
Member Stone?
Present.
Member Wink?
Present.
And Mayor Olson?
Present.
All 7 present.
Great. Thank you. Our first item up tonight is temporary street restrictions to through traffic. This is information in direction tonight. Both Public Works Director Maria DeAndrea is here to present this temporary street restriction.
Yes.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to show a brief PowerPoint presentation. I'll go through that and then share some of the survey results that we got back verbally, and then open it up for discussion. All right. There we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're proposing tonight, this is an idea brought forward by Mayor Pro Tem Sierra and was shared and discussed by the Englewood Transportation Advisory Committee at their meeting last month. And the idea would be is that we'd select several streets within the community, and I'll run through the ideas that we were thinking of, the locations. Not closed completely to traffic, but as it says, it shows in this picture, this is from Charlotte, North Carolina, that the road is closed to through traffic. So just opening up more space for people to use and enjoy outdoors, as opposed to just being in parks or in other open space areas. This is an example from Boulder. They're doing this, as well as the city and county of Denver has experimented with this. So you can still see in this picture, kind of behind this gentleman who's on the bike with the dog, there's still cars moving through the area, but hopefully moving at a slower pace. And there's more room for, again, bicyclists, joggers, and others to use the street itself. So we originally selected 3 locations adjacent to parks where this idea could be utilized. The first one is on the east side of Duncan Park for those 2 blocks there of Pearl Street. The streets shown in red adjacent to Jason Park, Bates Logan Park on the north side there along Bates Avenue. And then at the direction of from ETAC, we looked at a couple other streets that could be considered either based on what they are next to or density. And in this case, right next to the reservoir, we thought Mariposa Drive might be an option, as well as a street somewhere near the high school. So we selected this block between Lehigh and Mansfield on Grant Street. And then for a more dense street, we selected Washington, which has several new developments along it that has more of that high-rise concept or more condensed living there. And then over more on the northwest corner of town or northwest side along Elati, as you can see there just to the south and east of the railroad tracks and some of that new development in that area. So we did send out a postcard request. There were 157 properties adjacent to those 7 locations. And we sent a postcard to each of them asking them to fill out a quick survey. I think it was 2 or 3 sentences, or excuse me, 2 or 3 questions. And the feedback that came back was fairly split. So it was 59% in favor and 41% against. And some of the comments we received were more on, why are we doing this? We already have enough space within the parks. Is this really necessary? And there were a couple of positive comments as well related to trying to do the, just having more space for people to recreate, and specifically for the property owners adjacent to these streets, that they would benefit by having less traffic. So with that, I'd be happy to open it up. So if we did implement something like this, it should be relatively easy and quick. We would rent the barricades that are needed. We would also work with communications on some special signage. And we believe that these costs would all be eligible for reimbursement through the CARES Act as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions and open it up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director DeAndre. So council, questions and discussion. What do you think of this? Mayor Pro Tem Sierra, you can begin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director DeAndre, for providing this. I guess I'll start off with the initial question. I know that this came in front of the ETAC board back in May, and they were unanimously in approval for this. I think one question I had though was there a cost? Were the costs provided to ETAC when they voted in complete approval of this of opening up the streets?
We did not have costs at the time. Our estimate right now for barricade rental, assuming about 10 to 12 weeks, along with some communications and making of signs, we estimate the total cost to be about $23,000. But they did not have that information.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you, Member Wink.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director DeAndre. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem, for the idea here. Seems like just the type of initiative that would work well in our city. I think the examples of Boulder and Denver are good enough to show us, the benefits with, few if any drawbacks. From a personal standpoint, I'll say that I've been running with my dog at Harvard Gulch Park, and it's just too much. I don't run with a mask on because I'd like to breathe, and it's really hard because some people don't move out of the way, and we're constantly running around. I think this could benefit me, and I see other people too. So I think it's a good idea to just provide additional space. I see the value of the space more than the traffic calming as the benefit here. Yeah, I love the idea. I think it's great for Englewood, and it just gives us more flexibility and within this time of the feeling of confinement. So I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Cuesta.
Thank you, Director DeAndrea, and thanks to the ETAC group as well for doing more analysis on this. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of anecdotal perspectives on this. Councilmember Wink just went through Harvard Gulch. I was over at Jason Park yesterday, and we went to the playground, and I was concerned because I think it's a 10 kid limit at this point, and we never got above 8. So I'm sure that different folks in different neighborhoods would see different levels of use. Have you, or is there anything a little bit more formal on the demand for this? What I'm trying to weigh off, and Englewood residents greatly value the parks and recreation, but I do think there's an inconvenience for these folks that are on those blocks that are closed down. And so in my head, I'm trying to weigh the demand or overuse of parks where folks can't get in or they're at a limit versus the inconvenience that would be experienced by these residents on those blocks.
Yes, I think that's the question. What we've heard from parks is that they're not seeing an overwhelming, use of the parks. In certain times and certain dates, yes, but they're not seeing that right now. And so it does differ from location to location.
Very good. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else?
Mayor,
There
can
we
you
go.
hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I cannot hear. I don't have access to raise my hand, mute or unmute. I'm getting a little frustrated. But I have a question for Director DeAndrea. Did you say there's 157 properties along those routes? How many of those 157 properties actually responded?
It was about 37.
Okay, so 37 people responded and 51% were for and 49% were against.
Correct.
Okay, so that's not even a third. That's a fifth of the properties that responded. And so I have problems with moving forward with this. And given the fact that the answer was also, I mean, now remind me, Director DeAndrea, did you say that the parks are overused or are not?
No, our parks director and staff feel that they haven't been overwhelmed. There was a desire early on for more space, especially for the dog in the dog park, which was closed down. But in the parks themselves, they're not seeing an overly extended use of time other than at certain periods of the day. But overall, they feel that they're adequate spacing and adequate room for people to space out.
Well, and I have a real problem without talking to all 157 people that are going to be inconvenienced by these road closures in moving forward with this. And I guess I'm a little bit concerned about the process and in moving something forward. I don't understand why this wasn't brought up to all of council, and all of council be given the opportunity to determine if we wanted to move forward on this or not. And right now, that's all I have to share. Can you see my picture also, Mayor?
Yes, yeah, you're fine. You're very loud. We can hear you just fine.
Okay, I need to take this because I think this is help, but I'm going to go in the other room because I can't unmute myself. Thank you.
Next is, could we let Member Stone go next, and then Member Anderson, then we'll come back to those who've spoken already.
Thank you, Mayor. Director DeAndre, can you tell me what the number of actual survey or responses was again? I know it was 157 total properties.
We received, it was 37 responses. And we don't know if that was from the same household. We're assuming that's from different households.
Gotcha. So it's, I mean, it's close to a quarter of the folks, which, you know, I feel like oftentimes the people who really care about a thing take the time to fill out a survey and respond, whether it's they really care positively or they really care negatively about a particular subject. So I appreciate the outreach that you guys did in contacting these folks. I'm also interested in specifically, I've received some emails, I'm sure the rest of you have as well, about Bates Logan. And it looks like the closing down Bates would actually create a closure for more properties than closing down Cornell. And I understand, like, it makes sense to close down Bates because it shares a larger surface area with the park itself. If I'm looking at the map correctly, yeah, there we go. Thank you, I appreciate that. So clearly it shares a larger surface area with the park itself, as opposed to closing down Cornell or possibly Washington, which fronts only homes. But Cornell only fronts along the sides of homes. It doesn't look like, at least on the south side, it fronts along the sides of homes. And on the north side, it looks like it's significantly less properties that it would actually front with. So I'm just wondering if it might make sense to close Cornell as opposed to Bates. I don't drive down Cornell very often, so I don't know what the traffic is like there. Maybe Cornell has a higher traffic rate than Bates does, and that might be part of the reason that Bates was the street suggested, along with the fact, again, that it's more of the park there. But I did receive direct emails from a number of residents on that street asking us not to implement this there. I have not received any emails from folks asking us to implement it there. The other one that I wanted to look at was Grant. Now I'm working from home right now, so I'm not commuting very often, but when I did commute to Denver for work, I would often use either Logan or Grant for a lot of my commute. And I'm just kind of concerned that Logan and Grant are sort of arteries, secondary obviously to Santa Fe and Broadway, but a lot of commuters do use those roads, so the traffic calming would probably not be a negative thing. But I'm concerned that it will simply shift that artery to another street nearby, where people maybe aren't used to having that level of traffic flow on their street, like the folks on Logan and Grant are used to, even if, I mean, I know for a fact that a lot of them don't like the level of traffic that they receive there, but I don't want to push that onto just a different community, you know, just a different street. So I'm wondering if there's a better place to put that, that's still near the facilities that we're trying to produce some room for. That really just kind of spitballing here, kind of trying to take into consideration the feedback that I've received and thinking through the locations that we're discussing. So, you know, I don't know that I really have a question necessarily, but you know, take that for what that is. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director DeAndre. I really like this idea, and I guess my feeling on it is there's really no way. I mean, I don't think there's really any way to know if people are going to like it until we try it somewhere. So kind of the direction I'd like to head is to see if we could just pick one, and maybe a lower impact one, and just see what people think. I mean, we may find that people love it, or people who thought they maybe weren't going to like it end up really liking it. But I don't know if we want to go full bore, not really having not really taking it for a test drive. So that's kind of my idea on it. And just to clarify, Director DeAndre, did we have any on the surveys, did people respond based on their location? Can you differentiate that? You know where the demand is higher? That would be really helpful, is if we could split out the surveys to where we actually knew which places wanted it the most, as a starting place. I don't know how, what the timeline on this is, but I think that could be really, really helpful in terms of figuring out where the biggest demand, and then just picking one and giving it a test drive. And if it works well, after running it for a week, then add some more. That's kind of my thoughts. Thank you.
We may be able to get from community or from communications the email addresses, and so I could reach back out to the ones that were positive just to see their location, and then maybe narrow it down from there.
Yeah, that would be great.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I am going to go next and then come back to the folks who haven't spoken yet. I actually can't remember how this got on the agenda, but I think it was brought up during one of the meetings, but I know we have a timeliness on this. If we're going to do it, we should be doing it now. I haven't seen the parks overrun. I know, remember Wink, you went to, you were up at the park over into Denver. That might be different, but I have been in the parks in our area and I haven't seen a huge amount, and I do go also into other parts, but so I think I'm open to it if we think it's something one particular area needs. I like this idea of test driving. I hadn't thought about that before. But I'm not sure we need it right now. I think we thought we did, and that's why we were probably looking at it right away, but maybe our assessment is showing that we actually don't need this. And I'd rather spend more time focused on things that we really need to be doing at this time. rather than, taking time. And I know the money might be reimbursable, but would that money be better reimbursed with something else more specifically to benefit people, their certain needs that they have? And I know there's restrictions on that, but let's see, back to, there's no one new. So back to Mayor Pro Tem Sierra.
Thank you, Mayor. So question, so why are we looking to limit the parking on those roads? Because I know even in the pictures that were shown, Director DeAndre, there's obviously cars still parked on the road. So I don't think that really is necessary. Really the purpose of this, and Mayor, you're right, originally this came up when the pandemic occurred and we were at a stay-at-home order, so there was more urgency back then, and so we were looking at ways to open up the streets. But even here from my dining room table, I'm looking at the people that are traversing back and forth between the park and the neighborhood. People are walking in the street, so there is a need, not necessarily the entire need isn't in the fact that people are using the park itself, it's the surrounding areas and how they get to the park. So even on Bates, I've seen several families walking in the street, and obviously that would be a reason to kind of that would be a reason to go down this route. So it's not necessarily how many people are actually in the park themselves.
And just to clarify, we would not restrict parking just through traffic. So you could still park in your road, still get deliveries, garbage trucks would still come through, all of that would be still be the same.
Okay, so Director DeAndre, I believe within the material itself, and I had to cycle back and forth between the video and that, but so I won't do it at this time. But I believe within the communication to council, it did say that we were going to request residents to not park in the street.
Okay, we would request that, but we're not going to require it. So to just have more space, if they could use their garage in the back or park in another street, we would encourage that, but not require it. Thank you for the clarification. I apologize.
Thank you, Director.
Member Week, you're now next.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two more pieces of information that I neglected to share the first time around that may help the conversation. One, yeah, my dog is one of those dogs that's a little spoiled right now. So when I'm not running at Harvard Gulch Park with him, Jeremy and I walk with him around the neighborhood, and we usually try to walk in the middle of the street. So just as Mayor Sierra just mentioned, you can see out his windows. So kind of the preference to do that because people are in their yards, they're coming in and out of cars. So the sidewalk, I'm just constantly playing dodge with somebody if we walk along the sidewalk. And so we can maintain our distance by trying to walk in the street. We get out of the way when cars come and get back. But I do see that as an added benefit. And I can't remember if I said this the first time. I don't think I did. Because I live near one of the streets highlighted in the slide deck, my neighbors, I think I have like around fewer than 10 neighbors did say to me that they loved the idea of it. So, and I encourage them to fill out the survey. So you have that data. I can't be sure they did or not, but I did get some feedback from people who would be directly impacted because they knew I was on council. So hopefully that helps a little bit more. Thank you.
It does. Thank you. Member Stone.
Thank you. I tend to walk in the street just because where I come from, everybody does. It's just where we all walk. But yeah, I have noticed a bit more of that myself as well. Hannah and I have been trying to get our little puppy out there a little bit more often because he's starting to turn into a little tubby dude. I'm interested also in Member Anderson's idea of kind of trying out a couple of pilot locations. I think maybe more than one might be reasonable, but maybe just two places, and specifically around parks, maybe three. I think it's an interesting idea. I've been to Jason Park and I went to Canine Corral, and we actually left Canine Corral because there was a whole lot of folks there, and we ended up going up to Jason Park instead to walk around there. But when we got to Jason Park, it was fairly open, at least this last weekend when we were there. There have been a couple of weekends where it was a little bit more crowded. So I think that, as Member Cuesta mentioned, there is anecdotal evidence in either direction right now. None of us is in the parks all day, every day to see the full extent of what's going on there. And I've personally experienced both ends of the spectrum. I am interested in some of the information that Director DeAndre was talking about regarding our Parks Department expressing that they haven't seen like overpopulation of the parks. Can you elaborate on that at all? Is there any more information that you have there, Director DeAndre?
It was just a passing conversation, but I think, you know, what Director Underhill communicated was that at the beginning it was very crowded, and that has kind of waned off now.
Gotcha. And is there any reason to expect that as we're, you know, coming into the summer where it's a little bit more usable, that's going to change again, that we expect, you know, more people to be coming out more often again? Because I understand that kind of when we all were told we had to stay home, we wanted to get outside a little bit. That might have been a factor in a little bit of overcrowding at the parks early on. But we are getting into those months where it's absolutely beautiful out right now. So I'm wondering if it might become an issue again soon.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that, you know, what potentially could happen. But I think, you know, we could certainly ramp this up or down depending on how things go as well. And I really like the idea of, you know, a pilot project. And it really wouldn't take much effort for us to set these out. So if it wasn't working or there was a lot of backlash, we could certainly pull that very quickly.
So by my count, we've got 7 proposed locations for $23,000. Is it correct to assume that it's roughly $3,000 per location?
Correct.
So if we were to do 2 places, we're talking about $6,000
Correct.
for the duration of the summer. Okay, that interests me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Member Anderson, you're next.
Thank you. I think I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Sierra's point that it's not really about overcrowding, but just giving people space to spread out and move along the street, jog or run or anything like that. Bike. I mean, I just think, you know, teaching my children to bike, I would love to close my street down for a while. But the one that jumps out at me as a really good possibility as a pilot is the Jason Park, just to the east of Jason. I mean, whether you go up along the north side of it too, but there's no houses along the on the west side there, real except for one up on the north. So I really like the idea of shutting down Jason Street there, whether you do the street to the north of Jason, which I'm not sure what that is. I'm open to that too, but that one I think is the best potential pilot one for my taste. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Member Sierra or Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, Director DeAndre, how likely is it this to get refunded by the CARES Act?
I have not spoken with the finance director about this, but I think it would fall under that broad category of, you know, making things available to just doing various tactics to make things better for our public. But I could certainly follow up with her and ask her. I've not asked her specifically.
Okay, thank you, Director DeAndre. And then I guess I'll just make a comment because I know we're kind of wrapping up this topic. And thank you very much, everybody, for joining in on the conversation. I'll be honest, I have a little bit of a sticker shock with the 23,000. I think this year, during the last capital projects discussion, we finally added the walk and wheel program, at least initially, which hasn't been on the budget for the past couple of years. And I think we did it at 100,000. So seeing 23,000 for a 12-week pilot or a 12-week program, to me is it's a high cost, but I would love to move forward in terms of just a pilot, identify 1 or 2 areas to see how they do and go from there. But initially the 23,000 did give me a sticker shock, but yeah, I like to move forward with at least a pilot.
All right. Member Wink.
I love the idea of the pilot. Thanks everyone for your comments. From your resident PhD statistics holder, 1 or 2 isn't going to give us the right amount of information, so maybe a couple more. My suggestion. Like maybe the one on Eladi is an addition too.
All right, Member Cuesta.
Thanks, Mayor. I didn't realize we were getting into the specifics. I would prefer if we're just going to do one or two that we not do Jason. And if we were to, that it's just Princeton Place that's closed. Jason has a real fair amount of traffic that goes between Quincy and Oxford. I think that's all going to push down to La Pan. And it's just going to move that headache over to those folks there. I'm not especially leaning towards this idea entirely. If we were going to do the project, I prefer that District 4 is not the test subject on this one, but happy to continue the discussion.
All right. Member Russell, are you on at all anymore? Have we?
Yes, I'm on, and I think we fixed the problem. So I apologize.
Your hand isn't
Oh,
up.
I'm on.
I just wanted to let you know that if you wanted to say something, go ahead.
The only additional thing that I have is I agree with Councilmember Cuesta that Jason is pretty much a through street. I think you're going to find that same thing with Bates in that area, that Bates is pretty much a through street. But Princeton Place doesn't even, Princeton Place is off of Jason there by Jason Park. There's houses on both sides. Princeton Place does not even access the park. Yes, that's the area right there. So, I mean, I don't know what the point would be to do it there because that is all residential.
All right. Well, I'm just not sure that, I mean, if we want to pilot too, I'm really not in favor of doing much more than that unless you want to move them around. I really thought we were doing this at a time when we were at our worst. People were having a hard time finding places to run and play and do things. Now we're much more open. And hearing from the parks folks that they don't see a huge need yet, I worry that we're going to upset neighborhoods. But at the same time, I'm willing to pilot a few if this is something we think long-term could be of help to us in the future too. I don't know. So I'm open to it if there's enough of you that want to do it. I just have a little bit more of a skittish feeling about it now. We've had so much disruption for everybody. And I think just throwing one more thing, I don't know if it's going to be a positive or a negative. So what do you want to do? I think we have a couple who for sure want to do it. Member Wink, I think you're a yes, let's try some things. Member Stone, I think I heard from you, yes. Try a couple.
I mean, I'm up for a couple of them. Yeah, at $3,000 a piece, if we do two of them and we see how it goes. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing to try out.
And Member Anderson, you're the one who came up with the great idea, so I'm assuming you'd say yes to that.
Yeah, I'd say yes, and I'd be happy to, leave it up to staff to wherever they think is the lowest impact, good place to pilot it. And I don't, would it be $3,000 per place would be for doing it for the full summer. So if we did a shorter term, that would be a lower dollar amount too. So I don't think there's a big cost risk in just piloting it. And if we do it a week and we have an outcry, then we've learned a lesson, and if we do it and people love it, we've learned a valuable lesson there too. I don't see a big downside. So I'm for a pilot and leaving it up to staff.
Good comments. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm just going through my list here.
I'm for it as well, Mayor.
Okay. And Member Russell, willing to do pilot or not?
I am not for doing a pilot.
Okay. Member Cuesta?
I will pass on the pilot as well. However, I appreciate ETAC and Mayor Pro Tem Sierra bringing this up. I think the spirit is in the right place, that Englewood needs a recreation. I'm just not sure the need is there. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. So, and I'm going to say, let's try a pilot too. You don't need me. We've got some consensus, but let's try it out and see what happens. And you can put it on York Street too. I know my street would love it, but no. Do it where I think you think is best. And I think we honor Member Cuesta by saying we won't do it in District 4. And we'll try it in a place where the council member can justify it and help explain it. And we'll go from there.
Sounds great.
That helpful? Thank you. Thanks for doing the research on that. Next is our information on the proposed Englewood Downtown Development Authority, and our Development Authority Organization Ordinance is here, and Dan Poremba is here to help us with this next session.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Pleasure to be here with you tonight. This item is really an overview of the Downtown Development Authority organizational ordinance that you'll be presented with next Monday evening for a first reading. Just by way of background, Tom George is here again this evening from the law firm of Spencer Fane. You'll remember they are a key member of our Next Step study team on the Downtown Matters initiative. Brad Siegel and Hillary Portell are both here again too. And then I think significantly this evening, Mark Tompkins from a firm, Stray Advisory Services, is here to answer specific financial questions pertaining to the ordinance. Mark has been advising the Downtown Matters team on DDA financial matters, and that will be probably the heart of our conversation regarding the ordinance. On a personal note, I might just say that that the DD ordinance topic makes me personally more nervous than anything I've discussed with council over the past 2 years. And it's really because on one hand, I see how much we need the DDA downtown. I see how much it can do for our community. And on the other hand, I also now intimately understand the way the Tabor requirements handicap the perception of the DDA ordinance and the ballot language you'll be considering next Monday evening. And so we'll get into this evening as we discuss 2 debt authorization levels that we would like to get council's direction on for completion of the ordinance. And with Tom and Mark here, it's really a great, perfectly timed opportunity to preview the ordinance and the Tabor issues specifically with council. I'll skip over a lot of the background that you've heard before, but we'll say that there is a huge DDA need in downtown Englewood. Our extensive outreach program confirmed this, and because of this, we also believe we will be successful with the DDA organizational election. I think you've seen extensive outreach and public input that's been orchestrated during this process. There was a council info request that we responded to last week with a pretty high level of detail about the level of outreach and the number of people who have participated in the process. By way of background, to establish the Englewood DDA under the Colorado Downtown Development Authority Act, the City Council must adopt an ordinance to submit the formation question to the qualified voters within the boundaries of the DDA. If the council approves the ordinance, the DDA formation would take place, the formation election, I should say, in November 3rd of this year, and only the qualified electors within the proposed DDA boundaries would vote. You've seen that the focus is primarily on the commercial property owners and business owners within the DDA boundary area who happen to be also registered Colorado voters. We've identified the total number of voters somewhere in the range of 15 to 1,800 voters, many of which have received multiple information contacts from the Downtown Matters team so far. In addition to the basic DDA formation question, the qualified Englewood electors would also vote on 3 Tabor required questions. And what we'd like to do tonight is really focus on the 2 most complex of these questions. The first is probably relatively straightforward, and it has to do with the authority of the city on behalf of the DDA to impose a mill levy within the boundaries of the DDA. And this would support the operations of the DDA, including marketing, promotion, some services. Under state statute, the DDA can impose through the city a mill levy of up to 5. We've suggested, because of the COVID impacts, that the first year mill levy be 2 mills, and that the budget be capped at $250,000 in collection in 2021. Now then it could go up potentially to 5 mils any year thereafter. It does, as I mentioned, give the DDA a chance to raise an annual budget for operations, marketing, and promotions. Just by way of example, we've run the numbers. A 5,600 square foot restaurant, for example, would pay $569 annually for the first year. A small merchant would pay $70 to $90, and the bulk you'll see would be paid by some of the big commercial property owners. For example, Swedish would pay approximately $65,000 that first year. But the overall message here on this measure is that the impacted voters will really get a chance to decide whether they believe the expense will generate a greater economic benefit for them than it costs. The second question is really the one that starts to get more complicated, and it pertains to the authority of the city to issue debt on the DDA's behalf. Under the state DDA Act, if the council authorizes a plan of development, then the DDA can utilize tax increment financing. The implementation of the tax increment financing would also be subject to council approval, both on the implementation side and as it relates to specific expenditures. The TIF would be based on future increases in property and or sales taxes, and those would be the increases over a base year, which would be the 12 months preceding the approval of the plan of development. And the plan of development can be approved at any time following a successful DDA election. You should have received yesterday a link to the initial draft of the plan of development. And this will also be discussed in a study session with you on June 22nd. In the meantime, it's being reviewed by the steering committee. It's also will be posted starting next Monday for a month on the city website for public review and comment. One of the things we talked about last time, we may get into it tonight, is that TIF sharing agreements are common, and they may be, I would guess they will be considered by the DDA in connection with future TIF financing, and they would primarily be with the school district as it relates to property taxes and with the city as it pertains to sales taxes. And again, another city council approval would be required as it relates to any TIF sharing agreements. Let's see, I'd say here, the downtown plan, just circling back to that, which is really the milestone that kicks off a lot of the business operations of the DDA. The downtown plan would be ultimately finalized and approved by the DDA once you install their board, which likely would be late this year. But the board would then review and approve the downtown plan. It will be submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review and recommendations, and then come to council for review, public hearing, and final approval. On the issue of DDA TIF, just several things to mention. The debt to be funded by TIF would be the future growth of property and sales taxes. It would not be any new tax. The debt obligations would be those of the DDA itself. They would not constitute debt of the city nor impact the city's debt capacity. Mark will help me address this in more detail shortly, but I think that's really important for council to recognize. The DDA debt anticipated would be, just to give you an example, several of the things that it could be used for is a new shared parking garage in the city center area. It could be used for pedestrian streetscape improvements in the medical district. Some improvements to the Paseo areas and median landscaping in the Broadway stretch would be obvious candidates for early spending. And then as far as a bigger project goes, possible renovation of the Little Dry Creek green spaces and plazas at the northwest quadrant of the Broadway Hampton interchange, something that's really needed and could really benefit all of downtown. The TIF, in addition to specific projects, can also be used to subsidize private sector development projects that council deems to contribute value to overall vitality of downtown Englewood. But in all these cases, whether it's a public improvement or support of a private sector development, council would be intimately involved in these decisions. And so one of the things we really want to emphasize is that the Tabor authorizations are upfront authorizations that are critical to empower the DDA, but they are followed on by, in all cases, at least 2 or 3 levels of subsequent city council approvals. And we have a really nice opportunity here to address the debt authorization question because a lot of the council costs, I should say the costs of the DDA election this time would be covered under our Next Step study grant from Dr. Cog. That would not be the case in subsequent November. So we really have, in addition to the economics of the current situation, we have some really significant momentum going right now that we have a chance to take advantage of. So let me just set up for you the debt alternatives for your feedback. We have 2 alternatives that are being considered for final inclusion in the ordinance. One is a debt increase. Now there's going to be some sticker shock here, so hang with me a little bit and we'll try to break it down. One would be a maximum debt increase authorization of $40 million. And the second would be a longer term maximum debt increase of $150 million. As I mentioned, in both cases, it's critical to remember that these are just threshold Tabor questions and that the actual implementation methodology occurs through subsequent actions of City Council. And here on this next section is where the Tabor requirements really create a big burden in terms of how council and the public might initially perceive the ordinance and the ballot questions. And it relates to, just as you look at a mortgage on your house and you know what your annual interest rate and your debt is, if you then, as they have to do in the disclosure documents, have to take it and look at it over the entire 15 or 30-year period, it turns out to be a huge number. And so Tabor requires a similar disclosure. And so for a $40 million debt authorization, the total repayment obligation, including interest, would be $107 million. And that number, along with the 40 million, would also have to be spelled out in a specific ballot question. Now, the $150 million debt authorization, if extended over that same 30-year period, and assuming a very conservative 9% average interest rate, would amount to a total repayment obligation of $409 million. I will say, we know these amounts sound overwhelming, and that's, Tabor was set up that way. The additional challenge we're dealing with is that we're asking these questions, we're discussing these questions, not only with council, but with the public at a time that we don't yet know all the details about the way the funding will be utilized. And so it's inherently carries with it some perceptions of risk. But in spite of these challenges, and I'll turn it over to Mark, I would suggest council has a unique opportunity to be really bold here and set up the DDA and downtown for success, and not just say yes to the smaller debt amount because it seems less daunting. We have a unique point in time here, and I think based on the outreach we've already established, our team feels very optimistic about our ability to successfully educate the qualified electors, even at the higher debt authorization ballot question. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mark. Mark has been involved in some very large and sophisticated DDA financings, including one that was behind the renovation of Denver Union Station. And so with that, Mark, I know you can help more eloquently than I address some of these items. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I think that I have very little new points to add here. Dan has done a great job of going through kind of all the different aspects of this. The one point that I would emphasize is the notion that the debt authorization would indicate how much debt could be outstanding at any one moment. It is much more likely that what would end up happening is an initial financing would occur. I love to talk about the presumed parking structure that would allow some of the city center lots to really fill in as an enabling infrastructure investment. So if you thought that that was a 400 stall garage at $30,000 a stall, you might do a $12 million debt authorization, but you would do that based on projections of what future tax increment would be generated in the surrounding developments. And you would pay a little bit higher interest rate because that TIF wasn't demonstrated yet. And so bond holders would require a little higher interest rate because the revenues were not demonstrated. Fast forward in time, and then as those revenues are demonstrated, the DDA could have the opportunity to refinance those same bonds at a much lower interest rate because the revenues are demonstrated. And at that point, that debt authorization then comes back into play because you don't count just the debt, the new debt that you'd be looking at, you count the old debt as well. So you can very quickly bump up against a lower cap, and it actually hurts the DDA and the ability of the city to continue to reinvest in its projects without going for another election and having to ramp up again to then raise the limits so you can actually take advantage of favorable market conditions. And I can just share with you my own personal experiences of where those higher debt authorizations within special districts have allowed us to take advantage of favorable municipal debt market conditions that wouldn't be there if you had to wait 6 months or a year for a debt authorization question to then affect a refinancing. So I have talked about this ad nauseum to poor Brad and Dan, in just saying that my strong recommendation would be to try to push the limits of comfort to allow your DDA tools to have as many tools as possible for taking advantage of future situations. Not that we would go out and try to get 150 million today, but that it would allow you to do refinancings that would help lower your borrowing costs over time as this city center develops. So with that, again, Dan did a great job of talking about those other points. I don't know if we've talked at you so much. Do you have questions that we can field?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Dan, are you ready for them to, there are some questions waiting.
I would just like to add one thing following up on Mark. Part of our unique moment in time concept and the suggestion to be bold here is not only do we see, on the uses side where these debt financings, debt funding might go, but the nice thing is we, within the 3 sub areas of the downtown development area, are looking at a really nice pipeline of big, valuable new projects that will add significant incremental tax revenue. And so we're making really good progress in City Center with SKB. We're making good progress with LNR on the adjacent property as potentially repositioning at least a portion of that property for vertical redevelopment. Swedish is by all means, by all measures, it looks like they will be continuing with their tower project, which is a $53 million cost project. They have other projects in the medical district that are in the works, and that will be a continuous tax increment generator for the city. Then we are talking about some projects on Broadway that are significant new tax increment generators as well. So while we're also talking about the use side of the equation, we look at the source side of it, and it looks very positive for us going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We were at just a little bit before 7, so we took almost a full 30 minutes for that. I think we'll answer as many questions as we can, but you're going to be back again. Can you give us what kind of direction do you really need tonight, and so we can focus on that?
Yes, thank you. We will be back with you on the ordinance next Monday. We'll be back with you on more detail on the downtown plan on the 22nd. We would like to get some direction from council on which debt authorization number to fill into the ordinance, whether it should be 40 million or 150 million.
All right, thank you. Let's begin with Member Wink.
So I can only respond to the question.
No, I wanted all us to know what we really have to decide by tonight too. I mean, really give them direction on, but whatever you need to get questions answered on, it's fine.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, gentlemen. As usual, Mr. Poremba, you give every piece of information I need. So I understand what you're saying, and I understood everything you said. I would go with the 150 million. My previous concern remains a concern, and that's over the 2 of the 3 qualified Englewood electric questions that will come forward, and just how you and the other gentleman, I'm sorry, I'm looking at a different screen right now on my notes, but how you possibly relay this information on the max debt increase authorization of 40 million and the extended 30-year 150 million to the public. I mean,
it's a great question. I think what we do is we take advantage of our outreach communications team. We've already had a lot of discussion about this. We would have a lot of outreach to all of the qualified voters, qualified electors. We would be preparing kind of statements that you see. Typically, they're called blue books that go through the pros and cons. And I just, based on the feedback that we have from a pretty significant cross-section of the most interested of the qualified electors, I believe that we can communicate to them that, what the Tabor questions mean and what we will really be doing over time as we seek incremental authorizations from City Council. I mean, Denver has done this very successfully in recent years. There's no reason that we can't do the same thing.
Okay, I'm very pleased to hear that. So thank you very much, both of you. Mark, Mr. Tompkins, thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask Member Stone, can you tell me how many electors again you think you have?
We have between property owners and business owners and the few residents that are included, we have a total of about 1,800. But at the end of the day, it will very likely be a relatively small percentage of those that actually go through the step of requesting a ballot, receiving it, filling it out, and returning it.
So qualified 1,800, but they might not all vote? Or
There's a very good chance that the number of voters will be just a fraction of that.
Okay. And do you have a guess of what percent is normal for them?
I couldn't tell you. I would say, off the top of my head, I might guess 200 to 300.
Okay, thanks. That data, I just wanted to connect it with what Member Wink asked. Sorry, Member Stone, you're next. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I lowered my hand instead of turning off my mute. I have a pretty large number of questions actually about numerous things in the presentation and in the packet. So I think it might be better for me to save this for Monday, and I would very much appreciate more than 4 or 5 minutes to ask questions on Monday, because I still have major concerns about this entire thing.
Member Stone, would you be willing to submit those way ahead of time so that all of us see that in the pack?
Yep, I can do that. Thank you.
Yeah, because I think that would be helpful, and it gives them a little bit more time to respond to.
Yeah, I can do
Because
that.
it's, yeah.
I'm not going to go through my 15 questions right now.
Okay, yeah. Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Poremba. Appreciate the presentation. I certainly support the 40 million. Have question marks about the 150 million. Just for your feedback, I'm gonna put a little thought into it. I wasn't aware of those numbers before now, so there's a little sticker shock there, and I want to process it a little bit. I think the thing that I just want a little clarity on, and the downtown plan is something that would happen after this is passed, and that's separate from a development plan that would happen later at some point in time, or are those one and the same thing?
They are one and the same thing. Technically, the term for the DDA plan is the downtown plan of development. However, it's generally referred to as the downtown plan.
So there would be a TIF proposal at that point, and when they create that downtown plan.
There would be TIF financing information as part of the downtown plan, and then actual implementation of TIF would require subsequent approval of City Council as well.
So that the development plan would likely not include the entire area that you would apply the TIF to. It'd be a subset of that area that you that the DDA comes up with for development, say around the Little Dry Creek area or something, maybe a couple blocks around that area. Am I understanding that correctly?
In your packet, there was a map that showed the proposed DDA boundary. It was the yellow area. They crossed the 3 different sub areas of downtown, and we would more than likely set the financing up so that each of the sub areas was its own sub district for financing purposes. And those are the medical district, the historic stretch of South Broadway, then City Center.
So so multiple particular TIFs, but covering the entire area would be potential. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's just to get this on the map, here's the big concern I have is if we have an economic downturn, which we know we kind of do now, if we're down, say 10% on the year, and then we come and do TIF financing looking back over this previous year, it's not just, future. If our baseline is 10% lower than where it might have been had we done this last year, then we are siphoning off potential future money forever to the DDA that would otherwise go into our general fund, where we desperately need that money and will desperately need it in the future. So when I first heard this idea, I thought that the TIF financing was only going to apply to property tax, which I'm totally down for. I think that's a great idea. But applying a TIF to our sales tax on the worst year in maybe the century, we don't know yet, makes me nervous. And I think it could hurt our general fund in significant ways if we don't be really careful about this. So that's what makes me want to go with the 40 million. Then I feel like we have some built-in protection there. We're not gonna spike way up, and we won't have the option to siphon off a huge amount of money. But I'm really nervous about the timing of this. And I know it's it's nobody's fault. It's just, it is where we are, but I do think we need to be careful here. So I just wanted to get that on the radar, and that's going to be part of what I'm processing over the next few days. Thank you,
It's a
Mayor.
great question. Mark, can you quickly help me answer that question as it relates to the protection we try to build in to keep that from happening?
Absolutely. I think that there are two main points that Dan mentioned in his presentation. One is the fact that the DDA, there's nothing that stops the DDA from entering into agreements with other governmental entities about how any tax increment generated under the DDA's authorities would be shared. And so, as Dan talked about property taxes, if you went and built a big residential project that was going to put strains on nearby schools, being a good neighbor is you'd probably talk to the school district and figure out how you could help with alleviating any of those constraints with future residents. And similarly, if we were doing projects where there was a significant amount of retail that was expected in the project, and we had a base year that looked at this really kind of low point in sales tax collections, there's nothing that stops the DDA from working with the city of Englewood to make sure that that's an acceptable outcome as to how much would be captured for the DDA's use and how much would flow to the city. So it's a transactionally based control mechanism that you would have to be able to think through those things at that moment.
So can I follow up, Mayor? Okay. Sorry, you're on mute, but that's a yes. All right, I'll make it quick. Let's see. I lost my train of thought. I apologize. Okay, so yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate that clarity, and I do think that's that's potentially a way of working this out. But yeah, we'll continue to process it. Thank you.
If you think of it, Member Stone's going to go next. It might come to you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Member Stone.
Not to be making assumptions, but I think I might have your train of thought here, Member Anderson. So is it the council that approves the TIF sharing, or is it the DDA that approves the TIF sharing? Because somebody is saying yes or no to that transaction, right? So where does the power reside?
So it's actually with both, because it would be the DDA entering into an intergovernmental agreement with the city on how those sales tax revenues would be shared. Yes.
Just to make sure that I'm really clear about this, we say this is how much tax we need to cover our normal operating and for the increases in costs of operating a municipal government. And the DDA says, no, thank you. It's just dead in the water there.
Well, then the DDA would have to come to the city and say, I want to issue $20 million in bonds to go build this thing. And the city would say, well, since we get to be the issuers and we get to approve those transactions, you have to talk to us about a sales tax sharing arrangement before we can get comfortable that we should approve this debt issuance. So I think there's horse trading that goes on in getting those transactions put together.
Mark, I might, if I can, Mayor and Council, I would just add that the council has to approve several things. So this ordinance just calls the election, which then the qualified electors vote on essentially four things. One, organizing it, authorizing the use of revenues, authorizing the mill levy, property tax, and then authorizing debt. But the DDA can't really do much of anything. It can't do anything with TIF unless and until you come back to you, City Council, with a plan of development. And you have to approve the plan of development. The plan of development authorizes TIF, whether that's sales or property or both. So you'll see it then. So if you thought, for example, there was a risk that none of those sales tax TIF revenues are going to get shared back, you simply don't have to approve the plan of development that allows sales tax TIF to be implemented at all. Or if the look back period, as Councilmember Anderson was saying, looks terrible because it's 10%, then perhaps you decide it's not time to implement sales tax TIF and you don't approve a plan of development that has that in there until the timing looks right to you. So there's that. And then also, as Mark was getting at, the debt issuance itself, DDAs are unique compared to a URA, for example. The URA issues its own debt. But in a DDA, you as city council and the city issues the debt on behalf of the DDA. And in fact, you have to do it by ordinance. So that means when there's a debt issuance, you'll have to approve all those bond parameters, the principal amount, the interest rate, the term, everything else, all the structure of it will have to come to you and be approved by ordinance.
Gotcha. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So there's
And-
quite a bit of control in what the city has in this, is what you're saying. There's checkpoints at every one of those where the council could say, no, we're not doing that.
That's right. I mean, yeah, the DDA simply cannot, the DDA doesn't issue debt. City council issues debt on behalf of the DDA. The DDA doesn't get to utilize TIF unless and until you approve a plan of development. Also, the mill levy the DDA has is actually set by you. City council sets the mill levy at the end of each year for the following year. So this authorization that Dan talked about of 2 mills and 5 mills, that's just voter authorization. That's the upper limit that's legally allowed under Tabor. But each year, this council and your predecessors or your successors will have to set that mill levy each year. So it's council that really controls it. And I would mention that this council, in fact, appoints all of the board members of the DDA, and they serve at your pleasure. So.
All right, Member Cuesta, sorry, it's holding you off.
Thank you, Mayor. And I really think this is an important matter, and we're really getting into some of the deeper layers of it. So I appreciate what Councilmember Anderson has brought up. And Councilmember Stone mentioned he might have additional questions. I'd just like to say, because I've got a couple here too, I'm happy to spend some more time on this evening. It's still pretty early as opposed to, this coming in before our formal council meeting on Monday. So I just wanted to put that out there that I'm certainly open to having a full discussion tonight if there's any questions left unanswered. But diving into my first,
could I take that just for a second then?
Sure.
I'd love to see us do that then. If you can start with your questions. It does seem like we do have more time tonight if others want to, but I'll let you all weigh in after so laundry list what you have is what I'm saying.
You bet. And mine are pretty quick here. I think I'll move through them pretty promptly. And the first one, Mr. Poremba, you might have answered this before, but of those 1,800 folks that will be voting, some on behalf of an organization, it's one vote per organization, regardless of the size, whether you're Swedish or you're the mom and pop convenience store. You're getting one vote on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So another one that caught my eye here is that except for a few, and this is quoting from the packet, except for a few single family homes currently located on commercially zoned parcels, single family homes would not be included in the DDA. So if you are one of those single family homes that is on a commercially zoned parcel, you would be subject to that property tax increase if it were to be passed.
You would, but we've run those numbers. I don't have the dollars and cents, but it's a very low dollar amount. And the general, like on the order of a couple dollars a month. And the general thought is that you as your property is going to enjoy a value increase by being in the DDA and sitting on a commercial parcel. And so actually I'll just mention that we've really focused just on rental single families. We've excluded all remaining owner occupied homes, even if they're on commercial parcels.
Thank you. Okay. Another question, and tell me if this isn't even the realm of possibility, but it appears it might be. We could have both the organization question on the ballot as well as the Tabor funding question. The organization could pass and the funding may not. And I'm not sure if you guys have already entertained that possibility in this discussion. And if so, pardon me for having you repeat it, but what would take place in that instance?
Mark, you want to try that?
Sure. The scenario you've outlined is entirely possible, and that is that the DDA is constituted and approved, the mill levy is approved, and the debt authorization is rejected. And in that instance, the DDA really is left with the revenue that's generated from the 2 mills. If, as Tom laid out the sequence of events earlier, if a plan of development that includes TIF is adopted subsequent to the DDA's formation, at that point, what the DDA has the ability to do is collect increment and then use that increment kind of on a cash flow basis. That when it gets increment, it can use increment, but it doesn't have the ability to borrow against any of that increment. And so then another election question, restating that debt authorization question would have to come about in a subsequent election for that TIF to be financed against.
Thank you. And I think my last question is going to be very rudimentary, and I think I'm probably even misunderstanding something. So we've got the 40 million versus the 150 million, and we've got 1,800 people voting on that. 1,800 people or organizations represented by people. I did it as simply as, okay, what's 1,800 divided by 40 million and 150 million, and got 22,000 in one case to 83 in the other. Am I thinking about that correctly, that it would be that simple, that we could just divide it out? I'm not thinking that it is that simple. So could you explain to me if I'm misunderstanding that, which I believe is the case?
Should I go, Dan? Okay.
Yeah.
It's really, I think Dan illustrated it really well when he said Swedish Medical would pay $65,000 a year for 2 mills because that commercial property is so big, whereas, the single family homeowner would pay just a fraction of that.
Okay, thank you. That clears it up there. That's what I needed. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to staff, Mr. Poremba, and all our guests tonight. I appreciate the information.
All right. So Member Stone, I don't know if your list is so long that it would take us a really long time, but do you have some key ones that?
Yeah, I'll go through a few key ones that are really kind of burning right now that I can't hold back. So a couple of things on the requested ballot. So if I'm understanding this correctly, there's 1,800 eligible. They have to actively request a ballot in order to engage in that election. Is that correct?
I can answer that, Dan, if you want. Councilmember Stone, the answer is yes and no because of who the electors are. So remember from our last meeting that qualified electors are residents, and then lessees are property owners. The problem is how we identify those people. So what we'll do is we'll go to the clerk and recorder's office and we'll ask for a list of all registered voters within these boundaries. And so they can, in their system, pull that. So anybody who's a resident and is registered to vote there will show up on our list. We'll send them a ballot automatically because we can identify that person. We also then will ask the assessor's office for a list of property owners. We can take that list of property owners and see if any of those are individuals or if they're an entity. We can then check those individuals to see if they're registered to vote in the state of Colorado. If they are, we can identify them as a qualified elector and we can automatically send them a ballot. It's everyone else that's tricky because if there is anybody who is a resident that's maybe not registered to vote there, which by law you can't be, you have to be registered to vote where you reside, right? So they would not fall in there, but a lessee, a business lessee, for example, we have a property owner name, but it's an entity. So they have to designate an individual to vote on that entity's behalf. Same with well, let me back up. So property owners, we can identify that from the list, but lessees, there's no list that exists of lessees of property. So we just don't know who those business entities that might lease property within the boundaries are. So they're going to have to self-identify and they'll have to submit a designated elector form and or a request for ballot form. So we know where to send them a ballot. This will be entirely mail ballot.
So we do have business licenses though, right?
Yeah, Councilman Stone, let me just quickly take a stab at that. We've been developing a pretty comprehensive database so that we could email and snail mail out notices about what we're doing on progress. So it's looking like, we have about 1,200 businesses that we would target and then 382 commercial property owners. But we will continue to finalize that business database. And I feel confident that we'll reach the overwhelming majority of all of that 1,200.
So I guess what I'm getting at here is we do have legal documents identifying business owners for every business that operates in the city of Englewood. By law, especially if they're brick and mortar, it's pretty impossible to skirt having a business license to have a brick and mortar business. So I guess kind of what I'm suggesting is that we should probably identify those folks, and anywhere where there's an actual individual that owns that business, we should probably just automatically register them the same as we would a property owner, because I don't want to disadvantage business owners who are leasing their space and rely upon folks to essentially go through effectively voter registration and additional time in order to be able to engage in this, what could be very important to their business decision making through government facilitation. And I understand that some of these are going to be corporations or LLCs that may not have a clear line of communication, but I assume that you guys are planning to do some pretty significant outreach to those folks, as you were mentioning, email and mail. The next question is in the packet that we received. There are other downtown Englewood weaknesses / opportunities identified by the public to include vacant storefronts. So I'm curious as to what it is that the DDA can do to reduce the number of vacant storefronts, because it's something that I've been kind of bothered by myself and have spoken about before. And I'd like to know what power the DDA has in affecting change around that matter.
That's a good question. A lot of the respondents to the survey and in the steering committee meetings, that's been brought up as a very high profile issue. I think what the DDA can do is, just take a look at who those owners are, what their motivations are. In some cases, they're sitting on basically dormant and vacant buildings. And so it's a matter of entering into dialogue with them about, why they're not leasing them up. It may be situations where they don't have the capital resources to incur the tenant improvement costs. We could help them identify those sources. I think there's another fundamental issue, which is there's an assumption that all of those storefronts should automatically be retail. Well, and we all know what's happened in our retail world. And, the reality is we're going to have some significant success when we try to fill some of those spaces up with office employers. Like Core Consulting is just a prime example of the type of user that we should be able to land in Englewood that not only is going to fill up the space, but we're bringing along with them a lot of employees who are going to be in downtown all day long, looking at those restaurants and other merchants. So I think that's a big part of the plan. I would even see the DDA, engaging in conversations with commercial brokers to help it reach those businesses that are looking for those types of locations. I mean, Core Consulting was on the steering committee call last night. They could not be more happy with their Englewood location. And certainly we can leverage their experience and their enthusiasm to reach out to many, many other firms that are just like them.
Awesome. I appreciate that response. That actually helps out a lot. And similarly, underutilized properties, that was another one of the points. So just wondering what the DDA's role would be in improving the utilization of underutilized properties.
I think it would be that, we have some big properties that have been sitting there, they're just underutilized. There's like Englewood Marketplace, there's the Englewood Plaza, which are these two big older strip malls, if you will, that sit between City Center and Broadway. We know the ownership groups there, and it's a matter of, I think, really, again, engaging them in conversation, talking to them about, how to unlock the value of their properties, how they can work with the city, how the city can work with them to bring entitlement planning to those properties to make them more appealing to subsequent owners, or if they want to stay in a development pursuit to a joint venture possibility where we play a bit of matchmaker between those types of owners and development entities. And we already are seeing this happen with SKB that's very aggressively talking to some of these neighboring properties about how to move them forward. And I think particularly in the post-COVID environment where the retail values have been really hurt and will stay, depressed for some period of time, we think some of these owners will be looking for, ways out.
Awesome. I appreciate that. And my last question for tonight, I promise, is regarding homelessness. So there is a point in there that says the perceived safety and cleanliness issues tied to homelessness. And that really actually concerns me quite a bit, that we would use a DDA to address homelessness specifically, particularly considering the way that Denver utilized their downtown bid to address, if you will, homelessness and the pretty massive fallout that's come from that, and the fact that we can't afford anywhere near the level of lawsuit that Denver is currently weathering regarding their treatment of homelessness, specifically around decisions made by their downtown bid. So I'm curious as to what the DDA's role would be or powers would be in addressing homelessness in the downtown area.
I think what the downtown plan anticipates, and we'll talk about this in greater detail in a couple of weeks, is a much kinder and gentler approach. So the idea is, on one hand, you have the merchants and the restaurants saying, our potential customers are concerned about perceived safety and security and cleanliness. On the other hand, we all know we have the responsibility to connect the homeless with the resources that they need. And sitting right in the middle of it, the Downtown Development Authority, I think the basic concept, and we can get into more detail later, is to really connect them with those resources to, in a way that maybe no other entities can, at least during daytime hours. And also at the same time, bring a measure. We've used the term, I think, in the downtown plan, safety officer, somebody who would be there to gently approach them, help them, guide them to resources, but at the same time, not let them be, an impediment to perceived safety. And so I think we can handle both sides of it. And have to, frankly, to be successful with it.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I got disconnected there for a few minutes. My computer crashed, but I am back now. Nope.
I wondered where you went.
And so thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Poremba. Just a couple. I'm still working on the financing thing. I understand, of course, that anything will have to be approved by council in the future. So we're not, approving a one-time thing, but I want to understand just a little more about how the impact, if we did TIF financing for some projects, say we did, example was a $12 million parking structure. And so the DDA borrows, or the city borrows money on behalf of the DDA, or however exactly that works. And say that the incremental sales tax never materialized to pay for that. Are we then, the city, on the hook for paying those bonds off out of revenues that we already had in the general fund? How does that work out if the bet that we're going to be able to increase revenue doesn't happen?
Mark, that sounds like a good one for you too.
Okay, Tom, correct me if I misstep anywhere here legally, but from a practical matter, any debt issued is the pledged revenues from the DDA tax increment is the sole source of repayment for that debt. And as a result of that, the lenders, the bondholders, are well aware of that in their disclosures. And so they understand the only recourse, the only expectation of repayment is those pledged revenues from the DDA's TIF. And in the event that those incremental dollars never materialize, their debt is devalued as a result of that. But what generally happens is those bonds don't expire. If they fall behind in paying off, then they just get paid off at a lower rate, or at a slower rate, not a lower rate, at a slower rate. And so most of these municipal finance investors are well aware of the risks they take when they invest in revenue specific bonds. They understand that they are taking development risk. And if that development never shows, then they understand that. And in a lot of cases, those investors are sort of happy to sit and earn that higher interest rate for a longer period of time because they ultimately believe in the site and they believe development will happen even if it doesn't happen on the same schedule that they were originally buying at.
So the interest that's owed to them by the DDA, if the increment didn't happen, say there was no increase in revenue at all, and then they would just be sitting on a growing, the DDA would be sitting on a growing IOU. Is that how that works?
That's right. The sunset, the DDA tax increment area will sunset after 30 years. And so they're taking the bet that in 30 years, they'll get paid back. And the DDA might say, I'm going to do a 25-year bond, and that's what the bondholders want because they want that 5-year cushion on the end in case it doesn't go to plan. But they all understand that when the tax increment area sunsets, whatever they haven't been repaid is their risk.
Okay. Then the second thing I had was just to follow up earlier on if Councilmember Questa's question about the two different questions on the ballot, one being the funding and the other being the organization of the DDA. Now, was I understanding correctly that you said if we didn't get the funding question passed, that the increment, the DDA would still get revenue from any increment in that, but it could be spent. It would just be spent on a cash basis. So you couldn't borrow against that increment, but but that cash could accrue and it could be spent by the DDA.
Yes, that is true. It does really limit the DDA's opportunities to partner with people and help development. And so, sort of out of the gate, you're saying, all right, we're only going to cash fund things. And that really kind of changes the tone because one of the really attractive things that DDA financing gives you is that they can issue debt on a tax exempt basis. And that is generally much lower cost of capital than if a developer has to go borrow the money or fund it from their equity. They have to get a much different rate of return. And so it sort of changes the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. I know we've taken an extra half hour on this. I wanted to see if we have any consensus. What you need from us tonight is that we agree to bring this forward on Monday night. Well, we already have it on there, but we're going to have to decide whether it's 40 million or 150 million. Is that correct?
Correct. Just for the debt authorization, fill in on the ballot question. And obviously there'll be more conversation on that Monday night. I think you'll get additional background as we discuss the downtown plan at the 22nd. And I think that'll be give you additional comfort on the overall downtown matters plan going forward.
But tonight, do you need to know if it's one or the other? Or
Yeah, I'm going to turn to you, Tom, as far as what we need.
The issue is timing and then the way your ordinances work. And I know that Mr. Comer is on, maybe he can correct me because I'm not a municipal attorney, so I don't understand ordinance processes as well as he will. But you're up on Monday for your first reading of your ordinance. So we need to have that in essentially final form. And if we were to go to first reading and you wanted to make any revisions to it at that time, we have to do your first reading again at your next meeting.
And we have time for that.
We
that
do,
happens.
sort of. I mean, remember, we need this ordinance to be effective prior to September 4 because that's what we have to certify the ballot. So we need your second reading done by the end of July. So we have a little wiggle room, but we don't want to utilize it unless we absolutely have to. So that's the reason for wanting to get the direction tonight.
Right. But we can make a change on Monday night. I just want council to know we've built in enough time. It's not perfect. I mean, there's not multiple, but there is some room to have some significant, to at least have that change. Manager Lewis shaking his head. Do you want to give us any?
I just want to agree with you that we have built in a little wiggle room there.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how we can make that decision tonight if you're all ready or not. So I don't know if you all want to weigh in on whether you feel comfortable saying one number or the other. I got a lot more questions answered tonight. That was very helpful. I would have liked, and I still would like to see these laid out in comparison, what we're talking about and what the impact is of each. It was maybe it's just too paragraphy form for me. I read a lot of essay prose and stuff, but when I'm talking about numbers, I want to see them sort of like, this is this option and this is this option. And it would be really helpful, but I'm willing to dream big on this one because I think the DDA needs it. So I'm willing to go with the bigger number, but I still want to see what the 40 million looks like. So that's me. Member Anderson.
I want to stick with the 40 million. I think that's sufficient for the size of our downtown, the size of our city.
Okay. Member Wink.
I think for the long term, I'm not sure all of us have all the information we need to really give our best answer tonight. But I personally feel for the long term of the city and all that's wrapped into the conversation that Mr. Poremba had with us at the start, the 140 million seems like it's not really just a dream. It seems like sensible planning. So I recognize and appreciate what Anderson, what you shared this evening and everybody else, but I think that's the right way to go. I really firmly believe that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I might,
Sure.
to address your question or thought, I think if we do have this wiggle time, I'd really like to take on this idea of laying out the comparison and the pros and cons under each with Mark's help and Tom George's help, because I think it would give you the additional comfort level to consider the higher amount. And if we have any chance at doing that, we're all for it.
Yeah, I think that would be incredibly helpful and helpful to explain to other people. And it's a piece you're going to have to do anyway, to explain to the electorate why in the world we picked one over the other. We've got to do that work. If you can do that now, that would be helpful. The other piece is, Member Anderson, I agree with you that our downtown, as we think of it in just Broadway, seems very small, but this is going way over to the hospital district, all the way over to the city center. To me, that is one huge area. When I look at that, even the amount of that is, how does that compare to Union Station, that development project? I mean, it's not the same, but it's fairly big geographically, isn't it?
It's about 4 times the size geographically of the Union Station area. Now,
It is?
Yes.
Yes. Union Station was a lot of infrastructure put in one very finite 3-block kind of linear place. If you've all been down there, it's the bus station is the size of Concourse A at DIA, and that was buried in between the light rail at grade and the historic station. So it was a $500 million of multimodal transportation infrastructure that was put in a very finite place. You have likely over the next 2 or 3 decades, if city center builds out to be denser, you will have multiple parking structures to need to fund. And I would guess that almost everybody who wants to build more density will say, I need some public assistance to realize parking densities. And so I can see that, if we pick a lower end number, we'll be back to the voters at some moment, because we will chew it up in initial financings and refinancings. And
I think what I'm hearing tonight is I'm hearing tonight we need some comparisons of that. I don't think we've clearly say I'm willing to go that amount, and I'm thinking of Union Station probably way broader than what it really is. Then, so that's helpful to hear. I see 2 more hands up, and they're the same people that spoke this last time. Did you want to have them up again? And I want to hear from the others if you want to go. Okay, Member Wink, and then we'll
just a quick additional piece is I look at this as the decision of the 140 as it really is a forward-thinking number, if I'm understanding it correctly, and we're putting I think the benefit we create by going with that number in terms of putting future city councils and our city's ability to manage what will likely come in the future, it's far more beneficial than being conservative feels now based on what we know today. It's really a forward-looking piece. So I do look forward to seeing the numbers. The narrative of this kind of complex information is going to be tough for some people, yeah. So I thank you, Mayor, for mentioning that. But I really look at this as what it means now and the incremental value in all kinds of definitions of value for the city over time. If that helps. I'm done.
I think next week we need to find out how you've picked what you've picked. Why 40? Why 150? Why not in between? I don't think that's clear tonight. I want to see us do this. I want to see us put the DDA on and let the electorates qualified do that. So I'm wondering if next Monday you come with different options and we'll try and give you one if we can. But if we need another week, we need another week. I mean, another, 2 weeks into the regular, we missed the 29th because it's a 5th Monday. But yeah, Member Anderson, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I could give more reasoning if you want me to lay it out, but if you want me to save it for Monday, I'm happy to do that too.
Let's do that, and let's have everybody send things forward. Member Russell, Mayor Pro Tem, you have not said much yet. I don't know if you want to add anything here for Monday night so we have what you need, or if you want to send it off by email. A member question. Okay, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I was going to say, I agree. I think we need more information. I think at this point, we're working with incomplete information. So definitely more information for Monday night.
Okay. Member Cuesta, sorry, I think I jumped ahead of you. You're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. So to the folks crafting this, to me, it's more that you don't need to so much sell council as much as those 1,800 folks voting. And why should they select this 50 versus the 40 versus the 150? If I'm them, I'm saying, what more am I getting for this additional amount of money? So that would at least kind of be what I would like to see, so I can explain it to folks as they come along and ask. Is really, what are we buying here? The difference between the 40 and the 150. And so if I'm understanding correctly, we don't need to pick a side this evening. We can weigh in on that Monday, Mayor. Is that correct?
Well, that's what I'm hearing now. I think we have to, but yeah. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'll have far more information once we get some more nuance in terms of what each amount provides.
Okay. I'm going to let Member Russell go next.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm appreciative of all the information that's been shared tonight. And I know that Director Poremba has been, this is a tight time frame, but one of my greatest concerns is that we are still under a state of emergency, and diverting taxpayer money from its intended purpose during a state of emergency is very concerning to me, because we really don't know what the future holds. And so that is what is making things much more difficult for me to make a decision. I understand the time frame, but we didn't, no one here. This whole project started in motion before COVID-19, and now COVID-19 is here and it's kind of changed things. So it's just a struggle. So I'm just putting that out there. I appreciate it.
If I might real quickly, I think that's a great point. Brad Siegel, would like you to take that on, because I think you have a big perspective on how DDAs are really serving as key recovery tools for downtown post-COVID.
Thanks, Dan, and thanks, Council, Mayor. I won't take much time with that, but certainly we view the DDA as a potential economic recovery tool to help the community. And these concerns, these valid concerns about making sure we don't diminish the city's pre-COVID tax base, we've factored that into our planning as well. So we think we can do both. We think we can, through this mechanism, help the city restore the fiscal resources that were there before, and also jumpstart and really advance the economic recovery. And to Dan's point, that's what's going on in other communities that currently have DDAs.
Mayor Pro Tem. And then we'll wrap this up.
No, my hand was still up.
Oh,
No further questions.
okay. So do you have enough direction to go on for Monday night?
It sounds like we'll coordinate with the city manager's office, reshuffle our dates, and work on reassembling some information for discussion Monday evening during the slot that would have been allotted to consideration of the ordinance.
Mayor and Dan, if I may, I just from an outsider perspective, would you entertain the possibility of us running two different ordinances in front of you on Monday that have the two different debt numbers so that we don't have to take up 3 of your meetings?
Yeah, well, that's what I was suggesting, is that you lay it out better for us and have some options. And if you don't mind doing that, I mean, you're going to have to explain it to other people at some point anyway. So I think you have to do that work regardless.
Well, what I meant, Mayor, was to have 2 separate ordinances entirely in the first reading of both. That way we don't need 3 meetings. You could pick one of them and just not even.
Right. And we still have, yes, I would say, unless council says no, right now, that we can do that Monday night, we can decide these still don't work for us. We're going to have to do it another time. But I think we're going to need the work they're going to do to create 2 different ones, and why those rather than a third one. I think that's the kind of information everybody's going to want.
The ordinances themselves are very easy. It's really just revising the number that's in the ballot question. So if you want 3 different ones, we could give you 3 for Monday.
Yeah, I realize all you'd have to do is drop in the amount of money. They'd look exactly the same, but you need to give us the philosophical justification for each one in some other memo form that's really clear about what is going to be the return on investment for each one. I think that's what we're asking for.
And I just mean to avoid having to schedule another meeting. I know your meeting agendas are full, and to take up another slot to have to do it on 3 meetings is do another first reading. So
they are. This is our second meeting this week, so thank you for acknowledging that. Appreciate it. We don't want to put this off either. We want to get further. If this is what the electors want, we want to make sure it happens. So, all right. Thank you very much for answering tonight. We'll come back Monday, and hopefully we'll have even a clearer idea of what's the best way to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is the Unified Development Code Community Engagement and Assessment, and Community Development Director Brad Power and Planning Manager Wade Burkholder are here to present to discuss the UDC engagement and assessment.
Good
Welcome,
evening, Mayor.
Gentlemen.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'll lead off and then I'll introduce Wade to continue. As you know, the assessment of Title 16, otherwise known as the Unified Development Code, is a major community development department work plan item for 2020. And work this year would focus on a community participation process to solicit input on potential changes to the code based on the overall goals of the Englewood Forward Comprehensive Plan. So the results of the community assessment would form the basis of another major initiative, which would be taking place next year, which would be a rewrite of the entire code in 2021. So staff last reviewed this project with you at a study session on March 30th. And at the conclusion of that study session, the council directed us to initiate an RFP process for a community assessment consultant who would help with the work this year. But you also requested us to return for additional direction prior to proceeding with the selection of that consultant and the execution of a contract. We're now at that point. Wade Burkholder will review in a minute the consultant solicitation process and our recommendation for a consulting team. He will do that in a moment. The assessment this year, if we go forward and as our recommendation, would be funded from the 2020 Community Development Professional Services budget. And redrafting the code in 2021 would require additional consulting and legal expenses. And I shared that as another major initiative that would be on our department program for 2021 in terms of the overall rewrite of the code. I shared that initial project with you in terms of its expense and its proposed budget during our 2021 department budget overview. that I shared with you at the May 26th Council Budget Workshop. So our recommendation continues to be that we initiate this project with the community assessment this year, trending toward a rewrite of the code in 2021. And at this point, I will turn it over to Wade, who will share with you some of the results of the consultant selection process and the basis of our recommendation.
Thank you, Brad. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As Brad mentioned, we last talked with you in March, and in March we finalized and published the request for proposal for this community engagement and assessment project of the Unified Development Code. May 12th was the deadline to receive responses, and we received 4 responses. Of those 4, one was Clarion. We received one from Logan Simpson, Meta Urban Design, and Fairfield and Woods. We then assembled a team of 8 persons to review those 4 documents. Staff members from the City Attorney's Office, from the City Manager's Office, and Community Development all reviewed those responses. And at the conclusion of that, it was determined that we would like to offer 2 of those firms an interview so we could talk one-on-one a little bit more about their proposal and ask questions of them, and they could ask questions of us. So on June 3rd, Meta Urban Design was interviewed, and on June 5th, Logan Simpson was interviewed. And tonight we are recommending that Logan Simpson be the firm that we enter into scope of work finalization and project contracting with. Not to take anything away from Meta Urban Design, they were both very excellent and well-qualified firms, but Logan Simpson is our recommended consultant to move forward with the project. And a few reasons why we are recommending Logan Simpson is really their focus on neighborhood by neighborhood outreach efforts. So they have a very sophisticated database that comments and participants are tracked based on demographics, based on location in the city, and then they're cross-referenced to make sure we're not missing out on any specific demographic. So if we find going through the process that we're missing the population that are aging in place, we will reorganize and make sure we get some efforts afoot to reach that population, to get their feedback on what's working and what is not working in their opinions with the Unified Development Code. So moving on, in the time of COVID, obviously there's a concern of how we virtually engage the residents versus the more traditional in-person meetings or one-on-one listening sessions, coffees at the library or something like that, to where we can one-on-one hear people's comments. Logan Simpson is very tuned in to the virtual engagement process. They are proposing things such as Facebook Live events, TED Talk type meetings, links to quick polls, text polls, and online questionnaires. The big focus also would be on digital town halls. The RFP that went out requires that there is a town hall conducted in each of the 4 city council ward districts, and then at least one online town hall where the interaction will be immediate. They can do polling online through some of these processes, and of course putting out yard sign type signs in public parks and things like that that provide QR codes that people can scan right on their phone, and that will take them to an interactive website where they can answer questions, leave comments, and so forth. On the website, they're proposing a Design Your City or a Favorite Places scavenger hunt that will engage the citizens in not necessarily a sit at your computer type meeting, but it will get the residents out and taking pictures of their favorite places around the city. And we can use that information to gather information on what's working, what people like, what they don't like. So the whole process here with this community engagement, the first part anyway, is that we really want to listen to the community. We want to get a broad brush range of all the citizens, all the demographics, so that we can hear as much information as we can from them. So another reason why we are recommending Logan Simpson is their in-depth experience with Front Range communities. They have and are working in some of these communities currently: Fort Collins, Arvada, Westminster, Loveland, Milliken, Johnstown, and Wellington. So they have done a wealth of code audits and assessments, as well as comprehensive plan writing and reviews. So they are very familiar with a lot of the topics in the Front Range, and of course the topics that Englewood is facing today as well. The other really big strength is their overall project management proposal and skills. The project kickoff would include Planning and Zoning Commission, City Council, city staff, and other frequent code users. And they would sit down and have a discussion with all of those groups to get a feel for how they feel the Unified Development Code is functioning, what topics and what areas of the code really need the most attention, so they can tailor, moving into the community engagement and events, some of the hot button and issues that are going to need a little bit more discussion. And through all of that, there's a separate document that will be created, a stakeholder engagement plan, that will really detail how, when, where the community engagement events are going to take place. So that will be a standalone document. It will be a living document, so it can change and be flexible as we move through the project. But it will be a good document to keep track of how we're doing as we move through. So when the community engagement and events are finished, there will be summary presentations to City Council, so that you all will know what has been heard and what has been said throughout the community. The second part of this project is really the code analysis and code assessment. So they will go section by section of our current Unified Development Code and cross-reference the comments, cross-reference the items in the comprehensive plan, and mesh those together to come up with a final formulation of recommendations, which will be presented again to City Council in an annotated code outline. So the annotated code outline is a very specific document, very technical document that, again, will go section by section and have all of that information in it, so that we are fully established the groundwork for a successful next phase of this project, which would be the rewrite of the Title 16 Unified Development Code in 2021. So we are ready to move forward, as I mentioned, with Logan Simpson in regards to finalizing scope of work and finalizing the contract to move forward under this year's budget.
And with that, Mayor, we'll conclude our presentation and be happy to answer any questions and receive your direction.
Great, thank you for this information. Any questions, Council? We're all fine to move forward. Mayor Pro Tem Sierra.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Power. And actually, so I guess in terms of the work here, I think when we talked about it last in March, we were kind of like on the cusp of COVID. I think I had concerns moving forward with this just because we weren't sure exactly where we stood in terms of sales tax revenues for the current year. Obviously, there's still little visibility about long-term how this affects us, but in terms of what a need that we have for the city, I'm fine moving forward. This is in the 2020 budget. So we budgeted what, 50,000 for this year. I think next year is 250,000. That we would have to, yeah, there we go, 250 in terms of 2021. No, so I'm fine moving forward with the information, and I thank staff for all the work they put into this and interviewing the finalists. So I'm happy with the approach and what Logan Simpson can do for us. So yeah, thank you so much.
Member Russell's next.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of questions. When and for what have we used Logan Simpson in the past?
So most recently, Logan Simpson was the primary consultant that drafted the Englewood Forward Comprehensive Plan and managed the overall community input process in that one as well. The lion's share of their work around the comprehensive plan concluded in late 2015.
So they have, basically, I have a concern because I believe there's a conflict of interest in using Logan Simpson and the fact that they designed the comprehensive plan, and now we're going to be using them to address the Unified Development Code, which will then, I believe, bring the Unified Development Code in line with our current comprehensive plan instead of reaching out to the community about what they really want. I mean, this is my opinion, and if you can alleviate those fears, that would be great. But I'm struggling with this a lot, and I know this is not you. I also would like to know when council gave you consensus to move forward. So those are the questions that I have right now.
To answer the last part first, that was what we heard in terms of the requests that we do relative to this process at that March study session, which was we could go through the solicitation process, but not make a final decision without council further direction. As it relates to Logan Simpson being the consultant, I think any of the consultants that we would pick, in fact, both of the finalists referenced that they would reference the comprehensive plan for a cross check, as Wade said, in terms of how the overall code would fit in terms of its current presence in the future. But the lion's share of this work is really to have Councilmember Russell that exact conversation with the community around what's working now and what's not. And so I think if people have divergent opinions or things that they think that we may need to change in terms of our Unified Development Code going forward, that's the entire endeavor that we're trying to do here. The comprehensive plan is a part of that, but it's not the only part of it.
I appreciate that. The other problem that I have with this, in the things that you shared that Logan Simpson can do to outreach to the community, most of them are virtual. Most of them involve technology that 1/3 of the population in this city will not be engaging in. And so I believe that we're eliminating 1/3 of the population by the fact that all of this would be happening during COVID-19 and the state of emergency. If we're going to do this, I think we need to wait until it's more open to all of the public and we can reach out to the older population in other ways that they will engage.
I think we appreciate that that sentiment, and certainly is legitimate given the pandemic and its ongoing nature. And we actually talked about that with our finalists consultants, and Wade talked a little bit about if we're missing demographics, do we do ways of trying to reach out to people? And that might be, meeting with them individually or talking to them on the phone, or some way to get that personalization for the people who are less technologically enabled. But I would say this project would span from, momentarily if we start and through likely the end of the year. And conditions are obviously still changing with what is allowed in terms of the social distancing requirements and other things. that are happening relative to the recovery from COVID. And if those types of opportunities give us the momentum and the opportunity to bring people together socially distanced, maybe that's one way that we could reach out personally to those groups that may be less inclined to participate virtually, and we still may have the option of capturing their opinions and their ideas.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, but I want to make sure that we do reach out to them. If it means delaying this, then I think that we need to do that. Thank you very much.
Member Anderson is next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Power and Mr. Burkholder. I really like the proposal here from Logan Simpson, and happy to move forward with it. I think there's a lot of opportunity here to make our code more user friendly, and look forward to the process. So full support from here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else that hasn't spoken want to speak up on behalf of moving this forward, or any questions that would make it difficult to do so? There we go. So Mayor Pro Tem Sierra, I'm assuming you just didn't take your hand down yet, or are you?
That is correct. I haven't taken it down.
Okay, and Member Anderson, is that the same for you? Okay, and Member Russell?
I actually thought of something else when Member Anderson shared that he is okay with moving forward. Did you all get in the electronic packet something that didn't come in our packet? Or were you only referring to the PowerPoint? I mean, we didn't get the proposal. And so—
No, I was just looking at the summary in the PowerPoint is what I was referring to.
Okay.
We will get the proposal on Monday, or the night that they bring it forward, I think, right?
Mayor, if I could clarify.
Good, yes.
This contract would be under the threshold that would require council authorization. So we were seeking your direction tonight to move forward to a contract and execution of it.
Yes, because you told us you would come to us with that. Thank you. Member Stone, and then Member Wink.
Yeah, I think this is great. I really want to move forward with getting the code unified. And I think that staff has done a great job of putting this together and reaching out to folks that seem well qualified to help us with it. And as long as we can ensure that we're going to have kind of multimodal outreach to ensure that we're not essentially disenfranchising that older generation, although they are almost exclusively the people that I get emails from. So I don't know exactly how difficult a time they have engaging with us technologically, but I trust that you guys have the best interests of our community in mind, and I'd like to see this move forward. Thanks.
Next is Member Wink.
Thank you. And Mayor, I think maybe the hands are up tonight because you usually put them down.
Do I usually?
Yes. And
no, I don't. I let you do it.
No.
Okay, maybe so. I will try and do that.
I'm almost positive she's right.
I don't see the, oh, you know what? I needed to put another function up on this. That's why.
So
okay.
Anyway.
All right, I'll start muting you.
I appreciate the work and the assessment of the potential contract holders that you went through, team community development, Mr. Burkholder and Director Power. And I would like us to move forward with the selected, I can't remember the name and I'm not looking at the right screen. The ones
Logan Simpson.
Right. And I'm not concerned about the conflicts of interest that was raised. I appreciate that thought, but I think the process in and of itself will remove any potential conflict. So thank you.
I think you got the go ahead on this.
Mayor, if I could make sure that we're all on the same page relative to moving forward, we are planning to at the staff level under our procurement policies move forward with the contract, and we were not planning to bring the contract for approval to council. Is that correct?
Well, it sounds like you don't need to. That's right.
That's correct.
So it's fine.
I think I misheard what you said a minute ago, so I just wanted to clarify.
Yes, I think that's what we realize now. And I'm in favor of it. I think they're a good company. They've worked for us before. Hopefully they can correct anything we thought they didn't do well the first time around even. And I'm in that age group, in that 30%. I don't know where you came up with the 30% member, Russell, but I think I'm in that age group, and I'm finding a lot more people able to do this than not. But I do hope that we could find some neighborhood ways to bring out people, and maybe it's on the street and we do some fun setups. I'd be glad to help in my district on that.
Thank you. We're excited about this, and we'll look forward to checking in with you soon once we're ready to go. And thank you also for the time for both of these items from our department tonight. We know it was extra time, so thank you.
Thanks. And we'll move on to the next. And I think this is my 7th Zoom meeting I've left today, and I led today, and I realize I have different protocols for each group. So I'll start putting your hands down. The next is a strategic plan overview, and the city manager is going to lead us through this. And hopefully we'll be able to come to some consensus on priorities here.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to just start with what we'd like to achieve tonight in this presentation. I will be assisted by our Neighborhood Resources Coordinator, Madeline Hinkfuss, who during the shutdown volunteered to do some data analysis assistance. So she'll be taking you through some of that. But the 3 goals that we really want to cover tonight are just review the goals. It's been a while since we talked about this in January and February, and Madeline will walk you through that by going over the prioritization. You'll also be able to review some of those goals, all of the goals. And then second, really determine if the goals have ranked low enough that they should be moved to a future year or even taken off of the strategic plan. So that would be pretty helpful if there's enough consensus on some of the lower ranked items that they should actually be removed or pushed a full year to 2022 or later. And then number 3, just giving staff direction on those priorities. And so we are hopeful that the survey information that you got in your packet will be helpful with that from both the public as well as the council. And then if I could just quickly share my screen to share just where we've come through, and then I'll turn it over to Madeline to go over the actual document. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. So just to remind you where we came from, you all had your visioning session on January 25th, but we even did some survey work before that as well. By February 1st through the 20th, the staff was really translating your desired outcomes that you gave us at the retreat into specific goals. Council then on February 24th verified, affirmed, and in some cases rejected the goals that we had translated from your vision statements. And then moving on to the rest of the dates become a bit of a blur because of COVID-19, but we did start in early March, finalizing the action plans for each goals. And then we actually did come back to you and to modify and this is the point that we're at tonight, actually. But we have jumped ahead a couple of these next boxes down to April 20th, where we did do some survey work throughout the time of COVID-19, both with you as well as with the public. And so again, we're a little off schedule, but just a reminder of where we came from up to this point. So the goals moving forward are for you to give us prioritization, and then to come back to you for final approval, and then really start working to align your strategic plan with the budget. Because of course, the budget should really follow the strategy of the city. And so that's really the goal, is that starting in 2021, even though a number of items in your strategic plan have already been started based on the feedback that you gave us in previous meetings. But the goal really is to make sure that starting in 2021, that we're firmly committed to the strategic plan from a budgetary and from a staffing resource perspective. So with that, I will turn it over to Madeline, who's going to run us through, and I'll stop shares right there, who will run us through the data analysis that she's done from the survey work.
Could I just ask one thing? Do you all need a quick break before we go through this? I didn't think of that until just now, and I realized it's 8:15. Don't want to make anybody miserable. I don't see any hands up. And member Wink, I think I accidentally put your hand down. Did you have a question for the manager at this point before?
I was just very eagerly ready to start sharing my feedback for the team on the differences between our rankings and the citizen rankings.
Okay. So thank you. And Madeline, maybe we've seen a lot of this, so it's probably quick that we'll probably be able to get through this quick with you. So, and then give feedback. Thank you for being here.
Yes, you're welcome. So we're going to move forward.
Yep. Looks like nobody is in dire need of a break.
Let's see. Let's make sure. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. I will be quick then. Okay. So as Sean said, I analyzed results from 2 surveys. We sent a survey out to the 7 council members. All of you submitted your results, and we also sent it out to the public, and we received 65 individual results from the public, but not all 65 respondents answered every single question, and you will see that as we move forward. So the first slide is priority rank. These are the overall priorities that everyone ranked. You can see that council, the way that council ranked them and the way that the public ranked them. They are similar, and you can see that council just put a higher priority on infrastructure, and the public had a higher priority just on safety. So I'm going to be very brief with these slides and also maybe just skip over them as we move forward. These are the slides, and you can see how each individual ranked or voted for each different priority area or goal. So 17 people ranked safety as their first, and so on. So this information is in the slideshow if you do want to go back and refer to how individuals ranked different areas. This is how council broke down these the priority areas. On the right side, you're going to see that there's an average score. What I did was I took the average, and the smaller the number, the higher the rank. That's just how the math worked on this. So council members were in general agreement with the way that they ranked these priority areas. Council ranked infrastructure as their #1 priority area. So now we're going to go through the goals under each priority area. Let's see. You can see that there's a lot of alignment between the public and council's goals. So it looks like the only difference is between goal 3 and #4, which with the way that it is ranked. Again, I'm going to skip over these unless anyone has any questions. You can go back to them. Let's see, infrastructure council breakdown. So this is, sorry, I'm looking at my notes. So this is the full breakdown of how council broke down the infrastructure goals, and it looks like there is quite a bit of similarities. Okay, so local economy rank, there are differing opinions. It looks like council put maintain or values maintaining higher standards for development, while the public put a higher value on locally owned businesses and retail, manufacturing, and things like that, or locally owned businesses. I'm going very fast, so let me know if I should slow down. So
right, we've all read these too, so it's just a good summary for you to give it to us.
Okay. Local economy, these are the 14, I believe there's 14 goals under them. I put them on 2 different slides because there's so many. There are differing opinions, but there is a general agreement on the highest priority between everyone. And then there's also a general agreement on the 2 lowest priorities, number 13 and 14. Safety is the next priority area, and there's differing opinions between the public and council on the safety goals. After looking at it, public seems to want or place a higher priority on safety services and put more of an emphasis on things that they see day to day, like public safety services, and council has more of a focus on the long-term goals. So this is the safety council breakdown. Again, there's differing priorities, but number one, the first priority seems to be very much an agreement between everyone. Neighborhoods, this is what council ranked as their fourth highest priority, and there are some differing opinions between how council and public rank these goals. The public seems to want to be more connected to Englewood and the city that they live in, with them ranking walkability high and engagement with their local government, as well as connection with local code enforcement and law enforcement high. And council definitely ranked the goals that had to do more with establishing the neighborhood resources program and just feeling community amongst neighbors. This is the public council breakdown. There's differing opinions between how the goals were ranked. What I did find interesting was the two highest average scores right here only had one council member that ranked it number one in between them. Sustainability is the next one. This is what council ranked number 5. Let's see, council and the public did agree on what the top priority should be. And it seems that the public also put an emphasis on environmental and green initiatives, supporting pollinators, energy independence, and other things like that. This is the public breakdown. Council breakdown, there is a clear-cut number 1 for everyone, and then there's quite differing opinions after that. Transportation, this is, I believe that council and the public both ranked this number 6, and the goals that they ranked are pretty similar also. And this is the last slide, and everyone was pretty much in agreement, but also very differing opinions, which is how kind of all of the council breakdown slides look. So that is all I have.
Thank you. Member Wink has a question to start us off. Manager Lewis, do you want to go ahead and have us start asking questions or make comments? Okay, please. Great.
Thanks,
Yes,
Mayor.
please.
So I have notes for all of the areas. Should we go area by area, priority area by priority area, and have everyone chime in, or do you want me to run through what I wrote down?
I think that might be a good way to do it. If you don't have a question overall about any of this, is that?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, so does anybody else have questions just in general to get some things out there? If not, let's start with with the first one. I would like to make a comment, and maybe others would want to make comments about this. I found myself when I did these, when I thought that we were already addressing them, I rated them lower because I think, okay, we got that one taken care of. I want to see this now move to the top. And sometimes that may not be what the perception is of council. So it's really helpful for me to see, I mean, if they're priorities for you, that we must not be doing them to the same level, or we all agree they are, and we want to just keep doing it. I don't know. So that I found myself doing that way. It was kind of tricking the system, which maybe isn't a good way to do it. So go ahead, Member Wink.
No, I think that's a really pertinent point that it was really interesting to figure out what our perceptions at the time of our ranking was or were. So anyway, I'll start with my notes. So we've got infrastructure, right? So there's no real major variance between the council and the public priority. So I think we should move forward with that. I don't recommend making any change to what we did because nothing's going to create a big impact based on the slight differences between the public. Does everyone agree? What do you think?
So, yeah, so you don't have any questions or further comments about this one. Council or Manager Lewis, do you want us to do it like this? This seems like the good way to do it.
I agree.
Okay. This is going to give you what you need, right? To say,
Yes.
we agree with these, let's go forward, and you can then fill in your objectives under each with specifics.
Right.
Okay. Go on to the next one.
Okay, so local economy ranking. So if we look at numbers 8 through 14, I'll try not to talk too quickly. So whatever we ranked 8 through 14 seem like negligible differences. So I kind of feel like we could leave those as is. Secondly, I think switching the council ranked number 1 to the citizens number 1, it still gets us to our goal in that from January from our vision session. So I would like to maybe recommend that switch. The rest of the differences might lie in an overlapping of choices. So for example, look at council's number 2. It's retain and sustain local business, right? And the public's number 2 is ensure a focus on locally owned and operated business. It's kind of the same thing. So I feel like there's a little variation that's not so much of a difference as the numbers might indicate if we really look at the content and the writing of the content. So you can't get in the minds of every single citizen or the 7 of us, but so some of those differences don't worry me so much when the content area is that close. I'm thrilled to pieces to see that 65 individuals who responded value a DDA and ranked it number 4. And then all in all, I said that I wouldn't really make any change. I wouldn't recommend any change to this particular list, ranking list, just because I think the few minor differences stem from also a council mindset that our prioritization will in fact pave a way for a more robust and sustainable and cost-effective implementation of the items that the citizens may have ranked higher than us. So I think council's thinking that's interpreted through council's ranking actually will accomplish what the citizens want. It's maybe every piece of information in our brain isn't what they were thinking of. It might be, I might be wrong, but I would leave this list as is also.
Are you looking at the local economy rank? Is that the slide you're looking on?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, what's interesting to me on that one as well is that when you start with the number 9 for council and go on down, we all have the same between 9 to 14, both.
Yeah, 8 to 14.
Yeah. Yeah, which are those? Yep. So yeah, I think it's a good cutoff. They're really not all that different.
No.
Others have comments about this particular slide. Are you okay with it? You're suggesting, Member Wink, that we go with the public?
No, that we leave council as is, no change.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said public would be too.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I misheard you. Yeah. Anybody have trouble with that, with any of those rankings? Okay, go on to the next one, which is.
Thank you. So for the safety rank, I feel as if the real discussion, and I'm sorry if I'm being like Tracy Flick with her hand always in the air. I was that student in school, by the way, but so.
Not everybody knows who that is.
The real discussions around resiliency against disasters. That's a major difference between us, right? So let me look at the, where is that? Oh yeah, the second one on the list.
Page 16. Yeah.
Provide community resilience against man and natural made disasters. So, we ranked it 2nd, public ranked it 7th. I'm kind of curious what the citizens might respond with now that COVID's occurred and we're kind of thinking about these unforeseeable, unimaginable effects on our population and our stability. I still want to leave that as high where council put it as a number 2, even though there was a big variation. Traffic calming measure.
Can you stop there for just a second?
Yeah.
Anybody else want to make a comment about that with the natural disaster one? Because that is a very different one.
Natural disasters and man-made
Right.
disasters.
I'm talking about just that second one was a
Oh.
2 for us and a 7 for the public. Anybody else want to make any comments about that one? Feel like we're okay with where we are on that? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Yeah, I think it's interesting observing these. Just speaking generally, observing the differences between the public and the council responses. But on that one, I think, and most of the rest, I think you can kind of account for the differing perspectives from just the angle that we're looking. City council is looking at things from a maybe more of a 30,000-foot view, and I think that brings a little bit different perspective. Overall, I think I'm in agreement with Wink on these and other issues. That what we're getting, our ranking will get at what I'm sensing the citizens want in their difference in the ranking. I'm seeing differences, but not drastic differences. So that's my only comment. It's more of a general comment than on that specific one, but I think it applies here as well.
Yeah, it's really only that one that's got the biggest spread between 2 and 7. Member Cuesta.
Thank you, Mayor. On that one, it's the spread that concerns me. And, I look at, we have to provide the community resilience against man-made natural disasters, whereas citizens put the reduced speed neighborhoods and traffic calming measures it too. That is one that I hear often. I mean, I hear about that far more often, although it's easy to, in hindsight, wish you had better responses to disasters. So I certainly appreciate that as well. But I don't want to drop the reduced speed neighborhoods and traffic calming too far. We've got it 5th. The citizens have it 2. So I'd like to bring that up a bit if we're going to keep our disaster response at number 2 on our side.
So may I respond to Member Cuesta?
Sure.
So I think that's a great point, Cuesta. And the second thing I wrote down is that this traffic calming measures, we did discuss it when we had that big CIP discussion of the funding and all the infrastructure needs and the tier 1. Remember that night? I think we maintained 2, if not more, traffic calming initiatives in our tier 1 list. So I was comfortable leaving the disaster piece higher on our list. And Manager Lewis, correct me if I'm completely missing something here. I was okay with leaving that as number 2, knowing that the traffic calming measures weren't going to fall by the wayside, because it seemed to me the nights we've discussed the overall budget workshop and then the week before that the traffic calming is going to move forward. Am I wrong?
You're right, but if I could respond to Councilmember Cuesta. So maybe would you say move that up to number 3 or something, traffic calming, and then shift everything else down?
I would find that acceptable if the rest of council did. And I think that even beyond that, it shows the citizens that we're hearing them too. I do want to make sure that we're keeping the things that we think are priorities high, but also that theirs are still not falling down the list or just staying stagnant. Thank you.
I have another question.
Thank you. That's why I pulled this one out, because I do think it was the biggest disparity, and that I don't want to not be hearing what's being said there. I also think that our community does not know the nature of some of our spot focused disasters we've had, particularly the flood. We're at these meetings. We've had the same people coming and telling us about it that live in that neighborhood. It's of dire interest to them, but a lot of the people in the city don't really understand that. So I want to keep that one up there, but it's also, I'm thinking this is another one of those where I thought we're taking care of that. I can rate that lower now because I want to, and I would love to see the transportation one go up or the traffic calming go up a bit. Member Anderson, and then I'll come back to you, Member Wink.
Yeah, I think Member Cuesta makes a good point, and actually reducing speed and traffic calming measures was my number 1 on my list, so I'm happy to move it up too. So I think that's a great idea to move it up to 3.
Great. Member Wink?
So that this conversation now is making me think, I absolutely agree with Cuesta and Anderson and what you said, Mayor. However, like, how much power does the ranking really have if we're doing this? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if we don't rank something high, but we've calm traffic problems in a lot of spots, does it, how, in what way does it really look bad toward the citizens, as opposed to putting something on paper? Yep, we increased that. Like, where are we publicizing this as we publicize our planning and what's actually going to be implemented? It's a matter of the comparison of what we say and what we're actually doing. Like,
yeah. In answering that, I don't know if Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to, oops, did you just?
No, I was going to say, I think that we're already taking initiatives there. ETAC approved lowering the speed limit from 30 down to 25. I think that's going to be part of the comprehensive traffic code that's going to be coming in front of us soon. So at least one aspect of it is going to be coming in front of council in the near future to address that issue. And as Member Wink kind of alluded to, you know, some of the tier 1 items that we talked about as part of the budget is another component of it. So I think at the very least, it does help us prioritize where we're going to move in terms of staff as well as council, in terms of putting together a budget. It does help us kind of line up the public and council. But I think I understand the second aspect of that, Member Wink, is how do we publicize that we're doing something? I think this is just where communications comes in and says, you know, these are the items that at some point, well, I guess we'll figure it out with communications, but we will get that word out.
all right, that sounds good.
Mayor, if I could just add one thing with regards
Please
to the
do.
prioritization, because I do want to let you know that yes, if things are within, you know, 1 or 2 of you know, 1, 2, 3, yes, those are all going to be ranked high. But I definitely am going to be pushing the departments to further fund things that you all rank as the top priority. So there is going to be a difference in terms of how we budget and how we allocate resources between a 1 and a 5. So you're right. The minor differences of 1 or 2 numbers may not make a huge difference, but I definitely want you to know that this will be driving the budget process as we move forward.
Thank you. And I think where we do have these spreads, we need to look at them. And if we can move them up a bit so that it's clear that the citizens are asking for that as well. I think you're right, Member Wink, we're going to get at many of these already, but will someone look at these rankings from the public? Well, someone probably will, but it helps us remind ourselves that, okay, this is a little higher. Let's move it up 1. It's probably not going to matter as much, but I think it's not a bad exercise.
No.
And the next one is neighborhoods, unless anybody has anything more to say on safety. Did you have more, Member Wink, on that one?
One more.
Okay.
So it's the one about police and code enforcement. So we ranked 7 and the citizens, it's because the citizens ranked it higher. This one's interesting. So research and implement innovative and effective best practices used throughout the country for both police and code enforcement. So citizens ranked it number 4. Oh, and by the way, city manager, do we know, can you give us a date spread as for when, in terms of when the survey takers completed this?
Madeline, can you give us those dates? It was most of May, wasn't it?
It was, I believe, April 20th.
All right. So
Certainly
what, the last 2 weeks?
before what we are going through right now, definitely.
Reading my mind, Mayor. And then later on, it would be interesting to know also some of the spread geographically across our city of some of the input, because as you said, Mayor, you know, regarding the disaster recovery or the resilience thinking, you know, District 4 pretty much knows about that flooding, some District 1, but, you know, it'd be interesting to kind of understand who responded and where they were and what they thought about these pieces based on where they live or where they hang out. But I'm okay with, I would be okay with moving what council ranked this one as to the public's ranking. So raising this one, of course, when I looked at the council by council member detail, I was the only one of the 7 of us that ranked this one really high. That's my final suggestion on the safety area here.
I think given our current time that this is something that does have to move up. And in my conversation, our council member's choice and manager choice, I'm going to talk a little bit about that and even maybe have us pull out of every single one of these something that has to do with safety and policing, even when it isn't in that particular category, that we pull those to the front and say, how could those help us as we move forward in this new day that we're recognizing some of our problems. So, but I'd be fine with moving that up as well. Anybody else disagree with that? Member Stone.
I fully support that. One thing that I would also suggest is I think part of my issue was research and implement innovative and effective best practices used throughout the country. So one of the things that I'm concerned about is there's a lot of and I don't know if this is the right venue to get really deep into this, but there's a lot of practices throughout the country that may be considered best practices that are really actually very destructive practices that we've seen are very problematic. And so I don't know that necessarily researching what other departments think works well for them is the best way of going about this, to be honest with you, because as far as I know, pretty much every single police department in the United States uses tear gas. And that's a best practice for limiting destruction during protests and riots. And pretty much every single police department in the country uses pepper balls and rubber bullets to subdue people, and the overwhelming majority of them use various kinds of holds that have been found to lead to unnecessary injuries and deaths. So as we move forward in this, I'd like to make sure that we're looking at things that will improve the safety of our citizens, specifically around policing, not just looking to mimic what other departments do.
Yeah, and
Well
I
said.
think based on what, oh, sorry.
I was going to go on to Mayor Pro Tem next.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I agree with Member Stone. I think that's going to be part of the larger conversation that we have as part of Member's Choice tonight. Since Mayor Olson, you do that have that as a line item. So I guess I'll just save my comments for there, but I agree with Member Stone that the best practices obviously evolved over the past few weeks.
All right, was there anything else on safety rankings? We'll follow the lead that Cheryl sent us down on neighborhoods rank.
So I can start?
Yeah, go ahead. You can kick us off.
Okay. So I see two areas where the difference is large enough to have a conversation.
The first one for sure.
Right. Yowza. Maybe it's three. So I thought it was interesting. Citizens want to ensure, where is it? They feel connected with law enforcement. Oh yeah. Ensure residents, so it's about number 6 or 7 down the list. Ensure residents feel ownership and connection to law enforcement / code enforcement. We ranked it 7, they ranked it 2. So it's another, like you said, Mayor, I think we should go ahead and bump that up. I love that. It's only 65 individuals, sure. But I would be willing to change council's ranking to increase it there. And then I thought this one was really interesting. The citizens want so it's the last one on the list. Create ad hoc design feedback boards for design input for new construction. You know, they ranked it a little bit higher than we did. This is another one where I feel what council was thinking. I mean, look at how low it is. Well, it's last. I think what council was thinking is that the whole sort of strategy where we know we are undertaking is going to allow for some mediation of development such that we don't need to rank this particular thing high. We will ensure that we're not just developing like the wild, wild west, as a few of our citizens probably think. But of course, you know, there's the optical part of the optics, you know, what it looks like. We don't really listen to them if we don't change this. But then also, as city manager said, there's some funding.
Good. I want to get through these all. It's 8:45 almost. Member Anderson, do you have something more to say on this one or the others?
Well, I was just, I wanted to comment on the two big differences, which were what we ranked as number 1. I think that needs to stay number one, I think it has a ripple effect in all of those other areas. It's really critical for, I think, you know, when neighbors are connected with neighbors, they're not utilizing code enforcement as much. There's just studies have shown really powerful effects there. Bullying alone, Harvard professor wrote a book on neighborhood connections, how critical it is. But I do think moving up what we rank number 7 to maybe number 3 would be valid. I think that shows that that the public does really feel disconnected from the police department. And again, now is the time that's really coming to the forefront. So I definitely want to move that one up. That's it.
Yeah, but I wondered if that one was more about code than police, but I think you're right. I think we should move it up, but and it will probably be one of the strategies as we look at policing. Member Cuesta.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, council, it seems like we're just not in alignment with the citizens on the connection with law enforcement and code enforcement. And again, this was a month ago or a month and a half ago, and that might even rank higher now. You know, I mean, it's even more topical now. I appreciate the point on code enforcement, Mayor Olson. That's probably a big component of it as well, but I'd also like to see that moved up. One of the things that jumps out to me is council ranked ensure neighbors are connected with one another as number 1. And then encourage neighbor-to-neighbor connection is 5. Those sound nearly identical to me, and yet there's a big gap between the two. Now, I know that there's many other things we're voting on, which could explain to that, but is ensure neighbor-neighbor connection number 1, or is it number 5? Because I really see that those are almost nearly verbatim in language.
Right. That's why I rated it lower, because I thought I already got mine up there to the 5.
Sure.
But that's how I ranked
Thank you,
them.
Mayor.
Yeah. Anybody else on that? So are you all okay with moving, leaving our number 1, but then moving the law enforcement and policing up?
Our number 7 ranked to number 3 is what Anderson said.
Yeah, I heard number 3.
That'd be fine. And I think we all, or some of us anyway, think encouraging neighbor-to-neighbor connections is in effect number 1. So maybe that just gets eliminated and that becomes subsumed under number 1 and you move everything up.
We can do that.
I have to admit that the ad hoc design feedback board was one of my ideas, but yet when we got the feedback on how that would work, I realized how maybe that's an impossible way to do it. And so I then ranked it low, and it's more out of being maybe a little further informed in my decision than I had been earlier. And it's probably not going to work like I thought it would. I see John saying yes too. All right, is there any other clarity on neighborhoods? No. Member Russell, I haven't heard from you on any of this. Are you okay with all this, or?
I'm fine with some of this. I do think some of these are really close together. Like on the one we were talking about before was a similar thing. There were 2 things where council rated one of them very high, and the community rated the other one lower, but the 2 that got rated were very similar. Just like they are right here, letting ensure neighbors are connected to one another. And I think the neighbor-to-neighbor connections, a lot of it happens organically in the neighborhood. So anyway, I think some of these can be combined and would probably change how council rated them if they were combined.
All right, I just want to make sure we weren't hearing you in some way. That sounds like you're in agreement. That's good. The sustainability one is the next one. And we had a lot of points under this one, didn't we?
Yeah, I can go quickly. I have a lot of points here.
We have some major ones on the second one, and then on improving trash hauling, goes on down. But yeah, go for it if you want to start us out.
Sure. So first one, maintain current built environment and maximize life cycle of new or high profile buildings. I think we should keep council's ranking on that one. So it's number 2 in the list. We had a 2, they have a 9. And it's like a little content validity on this survey instrument, that little psychometric theory would have caught, but yeah,
Or confirmation bias.
Yeah, exactly. Like all my favorite topics. So the improved trash hauling, I think for infrastructure reasons of long conversation, I would say keep council's ranking on that one. But there's a committee and a conversation of citizens, you know, so this may change, but wait, the funding, you know, like this one, we've got an in-process committee group and stuff that got derailed a little bit by COVID, but we had that citizen group that was helping with this. So what do we do here? Take it off the list. Should I keep going? Nobody's talking.
Anybody want to say no to that, or you want to leave it the way it is? I mean, that one's in process. It's just going to happen. So it's fine.
Okay. So the next one I want to chat, and yeah, almost done. Pursue funding partnerships regionally and nationally for water programs. Yeah, water programs. So that one, do you all see where that is?
Yep.
Okay.
It's 8 and 16.
Very good. I think definitely keep the council piece. I think what will make up the difference between the ranking is an education program on water for our citizens. We've talked about this before. I think once Director Van Rys once he talks to us, I think on the 22nd or yeah, the 22nd, and we start to incorporate his projects into the capital and infrastructure stuff based on his water and sewer plans. We'll be in a place where we can look at that and start prioritizing the education pieces, but the water I don't think can be neglected. So I would like to leave the higher rank there. So keep council's ranking there is what I think. Does anybody disagree? No? Okay.
I'm fine with that. I do want to, yeah. Are you going to go on to further one?
Yeah. The green energy grid one, the citizens want to ranked it higher. And I actually support moving that higher with the citizens. Move toward a green energy grid with steps toward energy independence. We ranked it 14 and public ranked it 8. So I would love to change our rank. I don't know to what. Anderson, you seem to be calculating that kind of stuff. What do you, I don't know. What you guys think?
Well, that and the one below it seem like they're the most out of whack.
Correct. Yeah. Pollinators as well. I think we should increase those. And I also think the same with recycling. All three of those, I would say increase our number to match the citizens' number. Anderson?
Yeah, I agree. I think you definitely, I mean, I think we definitely need to move that our 15 up to maybe 5 or, you know, something like that. And 14 as well, move it up to, I'm thinking the 5 or, you know, or maybe that one up to like the 8 or 9 range, but that support pollinators and parks and pesticides, it seems to be really significant to citizens. So I think we need to move that up.
You know, I think I saw that in another area, and that's why I ranked it low, because that's a big piece. I want that to come up on our priorities for our next study sessions. But maybe it's not somewhere else. But yes, I'd be fine with moving that up. I'd be supportive. Member Stone.
Yeah, I support both of those. I'm looking back at it, and it makes sense to me that I ranked the green energy grid as number 2, and it makes absolutely no sense to me that I ranked pollinators as 16. I don't know where I came up with that number. So I fully support moving both of those way up that list.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere else, and that's why I did it, because I was trying to play the system and get everything at the top. But that's what's always hard with forced choice. All right, and did that get all of them there, Member Wink?
All the ones I had comments for,
you thought were, yeah, anybody else see another that is out of whack? All right, we can move on to transportation.
I think we should keep it as is. There's nothing really jarring about that.
It's pretty amazingly the same. Except for
almost
the
identical
calming measures, the traffic which we've already said is part of what we're doing, right? So Manager Lewis, does that help?
It's very helpful. I will when we bring this back to you, in the next couple of weeks, we will have these changes. I do want to add that something that you saw in your CIP document, and that is a seventh category that's called governance. And I would like to propose, if council is okay, using the things that we talked about in the CIP that are much more internal to the organization. There are things that, streamline financing, that streamline our IT process, some of the broadband initiatives, et cetera. They're not representative here because you were looking outward for the community as opposed to kind of internal, how do we make the internal city better? But if it's okay with you all, I would like to add that seventh category, I think it's seventh, of governance and just make it match the priorities that you identified in the CIP. Would that be okay with the council?
Council, thumbs up, thumbs down.
It's really that internal piece
Questions?
as opposed to the external that you were looking at. Okay.
I think.
Great. Well, we'll bring this back to you at the scheduled time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manager Lewis. I think this is one of the best comprehensive kind of goals and planning sessions I've ever been a part of. Having the community input like this, I think this way has been really helpful, especially in a time of COVID where we can't quite do it the same way. I feel like we got some good stuff here.
Well, I want to thank Madeline and the directors who have worked a lot, particularly on the action steps that we're not looking at. We're just looking at the big goals, but that's really where the rubber meets the road, and staff has just done a great job. And again, I apologize for the delays. I appreciate your patience as we put some things like this on the back burner because of COVID, but we're ready to move forward and we'll get that to you as soon as possible.
Great. Which brings us to our fifth item tonight, which is COVID-19 update.
All right. Is everybody good on continuing with this? This is going to be.
You need a stretch break. Stand up. Do whatever.
I could use a break, actually, Mayor.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break to the top of the hour. Come back and finish everything up.
Thank you.
Member Wink. This is my Setya Panakuchen-Hoos from Minneapolis. I think I've tried to show it to you before. Jeremy will know this.
Here.
The old Panakuchen-Hooses that they're not there anymore.
He goes, oh yeah.
That's where Joel and I used to meet up for dates.
He totally knows. That's funny.
Totally.
Said he went there as a kid all the time.
Yeah, well, you know, that we had really pretty romantic dates there. All right, I think we're all back. All right, Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna, this is gonna have a few parts to it, and ending with our Parks Director, Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf Director, Christina Underhill, walking us through a question that we have for you with regard to Pirates Cove in particular. But we're gonna start with update on a variance, the seating and the common consumption area, and get you some feedback on that and let you know what's going on. But the first thing I want to let you know is that the counts, because ultimately this is really about the health issues and the people in our community who may be suffering. I am happy to report that the number of 38 deceased has stayed steady. We've only grown 6 cases since last week when we reported that. In terms of the county as a whole, we've gone from 4,564 to 4,619 in terms of cases. And then in terms of the deaths within the county, that has increased by 1 death to 181. So just wanted to report. I hope I reported that correctly. It's actually the cases in Englewood have gone from 180 to 181. The deaths in the county have gone from 320 to 326. My apologies. Moving on to the variance process. While we have been in this meeting, Arapahoe County has submitted the variance. So I just want to run quickly through what that entails, because I know a number of you have encouraged us on staff to work with a couple of local businesses, which we have. The variance is for gyms, houses of worship, restaurants and bars, and it's to really allow them to go up to 50% of their fire code designated capacity. As you know, right now they are limited to 50 people or 50%, whichever is smaller. So what this would allow businesses to do particularly helps larger venues that have the ability to go up above 50, but still stay below their 50% fire code capacity. So that's really the bulk of that variance request. The county, we've worked with the county on that and appreciate the support there. Next, moving on to seating, we have delivered a number of tables to the downtown merchants. Those tables are all in as of yesterday and several the week before. And so those are being delivered. The East Paseo is where we're going to put kind of a public open area. On the West Paseo, Zomo and Brewability are actually kind of splitting that area, leaving about a 4-foot, 5-foot path down the middle for people to get through, but they're going to actually be using the rest of that area for their own seating. And so the East Paseo will be more kind of that public area. But a number of businesses, 17, I believe, in total throughout the city, not just in downtown, have applied for expansion of their outdoor seating areas. Many of those also have included the ability to serve alcohol in those outdoor seating areas as well. And so I believe the number approved for that is about 17, 18. The next thing, and I want to share my screen for this one because this is a pretty big item that certainly under the emergency authority I could go ahead and do, but I want to make sure that you all have the opportunity to see this. Okay, here we go. This is going to share, I think, the wrong thing. Well, let me see. So a common consumption area, and I do have Jackie McKinnon, who's our licensing coordinator for tonight's purposes. She's on the phone and can answer specific questions about this, but I do want to show you the map that we've worked on. There we go. That will allow people, and again, I would like to get your feedback and input on this, would allow people, businesses that serve alcohol to put the alcohol, their drink, into a plastic cup that was still labeled. It would still have to be sealed, but that the customer, as long as they had food on their receipt, this is part of the new state guidelines, that if they have food on their receipt, they could take that drink out and walk along the area shown in green. So just to give you an idea of the boundaries, the top boundary is Eastman and it goes down to Hamden and kind of the park.
Manager Lewis, is there a way for you to actually increase that? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and then I don't know if you can enlarge or even, okay. Does that help everybody? A little bit? No?
Is it still
Yeah, it helps. No, it helps.
Is that better?
Except that the actual size of the screen that you're showing is really small and there's
I
black.
know.
Oh, well, whatever. Just slowly scroll it. We can look at it.
Right. So I want to just point out a couple of areas. The new filling station tap room, I believe it is located here. Devil's Head, Felt, I believe, are in this vicinity, and then the Gothic is here. So that's why this area was included. Moving on down, we specifically tried to, because there is a liquor store here. There are some problems that we have with calls for service in this parking lot. So we specifically excluded that and really kind of just jumped down so people could still use the sidewalks along Broadway, but jumped down to the downtown area, had some conversations with downtown businesses about whether or not to take this all the way to Acoma and Lincoln or just cut it off at the alleys. Ultimately, we're recommending cutting that off at the alleys. But for people that are using the alleys for service, which is happening in some of the applications that we've received from restaurants and bars that serve alcohol, they are interested in making sure that the alleys are included. This is another area that there's been a little internal debate. I would really like for downtown to start thinking about this area as their downtown green space. It may not be to the point yet where this is an appropriate place, but I think, with the seating that's already in this area in the plaza, it would be nice if people could walk down in a little bit more of a park setting and take their food and drink to that area. So if you have any questions about the specifics, Jackie and I can try to answer, but this is again a public consumption area is what this is called. It's now a state allowed provision that will allow restaurants to really be able to expand into the outdoors with alcohol. I have gotten some information from a downtown business that the state is thinking about making this available to businesses throughout 2021 as well.
Great, we have lots of questions. I'll start off with Member Anderson.
This is great. I'd love to move forward with this. I think the boundaries are good. I mean, I would even, if we're going to include the duck pond area, I would be tempted to even include the greenway going over to Sherman as well. But I can see some debate there as well. But I love the idea. Fully support it. Thanks for taking the initiative on this, Manager Lewis. This is great.
I think you're muted, Mayor.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Sierra.
Thank you, Mayor. Look at that. I knocked out my headphone and my computer's about to die. But I guess a question in terms of what is being allowed here. Would it have to be in a plastic cup, or what is it? What is it that we're? yeah, what's just allowed at this case? And it's getting late here, so.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'd like to turn that over to Deputy City Clerk Jackie McKinney.
All right, so for the whole to-go liquor, the whole idea is you purchase a meal and you have to-go liquor on the, or you have to have some kind of food on your receipt. So I think really the whole idea we're thinking about is they go to one of the restaurants, they eat dinner, and they get some to-go drinks, and that's on their receipt. And they have to have it sealed, and we'll have that. I think we have an order that the city attorney and I have drawn up about what that looks like. So basically a to-go drink, it should be sealed, it has a sticker, but once they get out into this area, then they could open up that drink and they could walk along Broadway.
Okay, so it has to be sealed, but would they be allowed to do like wine bottles or bottles of beer, or?
It has to be in a plastic cup.
It has to be in a plastic cup. Okay.
Yeah, per state.
But they have to have food on the receipt, so they don't have to have food with them at all times, right?
Well, you just have to have food on the receipt. I mean, if it's a to-go drink, I mean, it's kind of one of those little gray areas. Yeah. I think as long as there's food on the receipt, I mean, the whole idea is really, we kind of like really people to navigate towards the south to the Duck Pond area or the green area, and where they could sit up and take their dinner, take their drink, or to the east side of Paseo, or maybe it's after dinner, they finish dinner and just want to walk up Broadway and they can have a drink in their hand.
Right. Okay, no, that's great. Thank you so much. I'm in favor of it as well.
They're really trying to get us to eat and drink, not just drink. So I think that's what it is. Member Wink is next.
Thank you, Mayor. So what's the objective? So let's play devil's advocate. What does this do for a business to let people walk out of the business of the beverage that they can drink walking down the street?
Well, Mayor, if I could.
Want me to answer that, Sean?
Oh, go ahead, Jackie.
Either one of you.
I personally think working retail for 30 years, it's like an upsell. So they eat dinner, they have drinks with their dinner, but this is kind of another way for these businesses to kind of make up for being closed for 6 to 8 weeks. They can kind of add something to the end and then let people walk out and enjoy up and down Broadway. That's how I see it.
It also makes up for the missed opportunity of somebody maybe sitting at their bar and having 20 drinks and walking home. I mean, there's a ton of lost revenue. I see what you're saying. You know, I think the area outlined in green makes a lot of sense based on the objective of this. And I do feel like the pond areas close to Hamden might be more successful with a little help from the city, a little love, just to help bring those, you know, so that they can be popular. They're ripe for this kind of thing. I agree, City Manager. But maybe some seating and a couple of umbrellas or something friendly and safety-wise. And then as long as there aren't any additional uncontrollable concerns with public drinking around this. I mean, I've been to New Orleans 100 times, so it's probably fine, but I like the idea. I'm just wondering what I'm not thinking of. So thank you.
Well, it's a great question. And if I could, Mayor, I failed to mention that we are using, as I mentioned at the last council meeting, the security guard that we had hired to be additional security at the Civic Center, that we now believe with the library remaining closed for some time that we don't need that additional security here, but we've already turned, I believe, I need to check with Maria, but we've already turned it in for CARES Act reimbursement. So we're actually relocating that security guard to the downtown area. And so they will be able to provide some guidance and help people understand the rules, even potentially check those receipts. So, and I do want to also mention to Mayor Pro Tem's question that the bars are able to do this too. As part of the new state guidance, the way they were able to expand those outdoor seating areas, and the Deputy City Clerk has worked a lot with these businesses, is by partnering with a food vendor. So for instance, I think the Grand may be partnering with Zomo, but each one of, if you were just a bar, you actually had to partner with another entity that sold food or sell your own prepackaged food in order to qualify for that.
All right, Member Cuesta.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't want to, pick apart every possible scenario, but I appreciate the comparison to New Orleans. That or Vegas is the kind of place that comes to mind to me where you could consume openly on the street. So, and this is just a check. So I go to Zomo and I get dinner and I grab a drink as well. And I go find a place to sit outside within that green consumption area. But now I've got a receipt that has food on it. So then could I later go to another bar, get a drink and leave? Once I have a receipt with food on it, can I just keep going to bars and buying more drinks and leaving? Or am I misunderstanding that?
I'll let Jackie answer that.
The drinks must be on each purchase of food. So you would not be able to go from bar to bar unless you purchase food at that establishment.
Understood. Okay, thank you. I imagine most of this will be based on people's behavior too. I imagine we're not going around checking receipts unless people are really causing a problem. So I'm glad to hear security's down there. Anything we can do to get people back to that area, I think is good, assuming that public safety remains, something we're conscious of and not compromised.
Point of information, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure I just heard a contradiction in what the city manager said and what our deputy city clerk just said. I just heard that if for those establishments that don't offer food, you can use your food receipt from some other place and go there and grab the drink. But McKinnon just said the drink and food have to be from the same establishment. Is that what I just heard? So you can't go to Zomo, eat, and go to the Grand and have a drink based on the Zomo food is what I think the deputy clerk just said.
So right now, if you're like, say Full House or McMullen's, they had to team up with another food establishment. So it's going to be one of those weird things where if it's a bar, because the bar is not going to be on the same receipt, the timestamp should be pretty close. I mean, that's something we'll have to just kind of look at base by base. But right now, if there's a food truck, as long as they're at the restaurant, they just have to somehow correlate that they ordered food with that drink.
Sounds like a lot for one security guard. But, no.
Well, really, this will be more out of complaint than probably anything else, right? If there are people who are acting out, not really civil, then that's where things will probably start to be problematic, I would imagine.
Because I really think if they purchase a drink at Full House or at, say, Englewood Grand, and they have a food truck receipt, we know those two correlate together. If they buy food at Zomo, most likely they're going to buy their drink from Zomo. So it's kind of one of those, they need if they're at one of the taverns, they also got to show a food establishment.
And Mayor, to your point, there's a lot of responsibility on the business owner too. As the deputy city clerk has noted to these businesses, there's going to have to be, they are going to have some responsibility in this as well, as these will be their customers. And Councilmember Wink, I think to your question, I can understand the confusion, but I think we were addressing two different scenarios. In that Questa was asking if you got a drink and then went another place and got another drink, that was kind of the difference, that you would have to have the food on both receipts. I mean,
all right,
the food on each receipt. Sorry.
Member Russell and then Member Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of questions, and one of them is, from the map, it seems like we're focusing on the downtown area. What about the bars and establishments farther south on Broadway? And I mean, there was a restaurant that I talked to the other day, and so this is part of my second question. They told me that to get a license to sell liquor outside in the parking lot, that was $430 or $450. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Jackie.
A liquor to modify out into their parking lot is $150, and that's a state fee. The city is not, we've never charged a fee for modification.
So you don't charge for that, the state does, and they would pay that to the state?
Yes, they paid online, but it's $150 and it's normally $300. And the state cut that price in half.
Okay. But so back to my original question then, what are we doing for the businesses south of Hampton? Because it seems like we focus on downtown, and those businesses, other places in the city, are kind of being left out.
Councilmember Russell, I think that's a great question. I want to point out that this was not staff initiated. This was the downtown businesses that came to us with this proposal. I would mention that one of the businesses in particular did actually I would almost say a big part of the research for this. In addition, a survey was conducted that was also suggested, and of that we sent that to 615 folks in that area. 56 responded in favor and 4 responded in opposition. But again, I would say this has very much been driven by the downtown merchants themselves, to their credit. But I would also say we are ready and willing to talk to the businesses south of Hamden and provide this. I think now we have a good framework and we're ready to do that.
Thank you.
Great. And encourage whoever you're talking to, Member Russell, to do that. I hope if they're in contact with you, I'm glad to see you're supportive of this. I'm really encouraged by that. Member Stone.
Thank you. I actually very strongly agree with Member Russell on seeing where else this would be beneficial in our city. For me, New Orleans and Las Vegas aren't what comes to mind when thinking about this. It's actually like Gyeongju, which none of you have ever heard of, but is a tiny little town nestled in a metro area in South Korea that also, the entire country has no open container restrictions. And so you don't find people drunkenly stumbling down the streets in Gyeongju, and I don't anticipate that we'll find a whole lot of that in Englewood either. If it were possible, I would make this something that we did for the rest of time. I don't see any reason to restrict it. It's an old holdover from Prohibition, and I'm glad that we're finally moving forward from the 1920s.
Well, you can work with the state on that one.
I have been for a few years.
So Manager Lewis, have you gotten the feedback you need?
Yes, thank you very much for that feedback and support. I'd like to end with Christina Underhill, Director of Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf, to give you all a question, particularly about Pirates Cove and the direction that staff would like to go. But frankly, this needs to be a council discussion. So Christina.
Hey, thank you, Mayor and Council. Thanks for your time tonight. Like City Manager Lewis mentioned, our question is going to revolve around Pirates Cove and reopening. But just to briefly share with you all, in case you get questions of what we are reopening, I'll share a quick presentation to cover the amenities that we have and are reopening. Let's see, hold on one second here. There we go. I'm hoping you can all see this. So the first amenity that we are looking to reopen is Englewood Recreation Center. That's on Monday, June 15th. We have modified the hours some to equate for cleaning in the middle part of the day. So 6 a.m. to 1 will be open, and then 4 to 9 we're open, but in between 1 and 4 we'll be cleaning the facility. And again, it's going to reopen, but it's by appointment only. So if you go to the Rec Center's website, you are able to make an appointment starting on the 13th. And there are some amenities that are going to stay closed for a while longer. The classroom, the gym, which allows for pickleball and basketball, as well as the rentals and track. We're not going to have those. We're utilizing the gym area for classes so people can social distance. And then the track area is actually being used to put some of the non-electric workout stations on so people can spread out on the gym or on the track area. The next one is Malley Recreation Center. We're also looking to reopen this on June 15th with some modified hours to allow for cleaning. And this is also going to be by appointment only. So either you go to the website or you can call to make an appointment to visit. We will keep closed for a while longer because of touch points and using some of the facility for gym equipment and allow social distancing. So billiards, classrooms, the gym for pickleball and basketball will be not available at this time, and then rentals and drop-in activities. But we are offering a lot of activities for our members to come in and utilize the facility. The thought behind this was if the rec center opens and we have seniors that want to get a workout in, they're going to go to the rec center. We like to keep them over at Malley to help keep them safe. And also social distance as best as possible. As far as the library, you're all aware we are still doing curbside pickup. We have a virtual summer reading program that's going on. We have 380 kids to date that have registered for the summer reading program. Lots of virtual story times. There's going to be classes that are virtual as well. And we're waiting for state guidance to reopen the library, but we have a feeling that it's going to be probably the last thing to open to our community. And then for the parks, we have opened a lot. So trails, restrooms, canine corral, playground, skate park, they're all open. The pavilions are not available for rentals at this time, but we are allowing individuals to just be a first come, first serve basis. Tennis and pickleball courts are open for drop and play. Fields are by permit only. We're only allowing practices at this point. We're looking at July 1st, potentially allowing games to be allowed on the fields. So parks are pretty much open. So now we move to Pirates Cove and the question, if we can even open it this season, and that's something we'd like for you all to decide. So with Pirates Cove, you can see the average attendance, the revenue, expenditures that we have. The $6,400 covers our seasonal staff, lifeguards, concessionaires, ticketers, all that. And you can see typically what we net per season. Based off the June 4th guidelines, we could only allow 150 people into the facility per day. With that, it's a huge loss, and that wouldn't make any sense to reopen. It's almost $300,000 we would lose this coming if we were to reopen this summer. We were able to talk to Tri-County, and they did approve us to allow, since we have 3 pools, 50 people per pool per time slot. And the time slots would be at 2-hour increments. So we'd have 3 time frames available throughout the day from 10 to noon, 1 to 3, and then 4 to 6. And the hours between those time slots would be used to reset the facility and clean it before the next group came in. We did attempt to go after a square foot variance because it was 1 person for every 112 square feet. And if we were able to get that, we would have had over 1,000 people in the facility per day, and we would have actually made some money. But unfortunately, due to COVID, they said no, and we have to stick to the 450 people per day guidance. So, so the question is, what's your comfort level on reopening? Obviously, we want to be safe with the patrons that are coming out. So we did call other agencies to find out who's opening pools. We talked to 10 different agencies, and 5 have said they are not opening at all for the season. And the other 5 said that they were opening with restrictions. Most of the pools are only allowing lap swimming or walking in the water, which is what we're doing at the rec center. And so, yeah, so I'll leave it up for discussion and questions and see how we want to move forward. The other question I have is about the farm, which is the next slide I'll discuss after we decide on Pirates Cove.
All right, and Member Cuesta is going to kick us off with this great one.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Underhill. This is really good information. I appreciate you charting it out like this. Are there any sunk costs that we should be taking into account? Have we filled pools? Do we know how much filling pools costs us, or any other things that might be taken into consideration here?
Yeah, so the pools are ready to go. They are full. And I did ask Brad Anderson, who's over at Pirates Cove, what's the cost for that? And he said it's really insignificant cost, like $70 total or something like that. It was not very much. It wouldn't have an impact on the overall expenditures. The lifeguards are trained and ready to go for opening season. They've been training kind of at the tail end of this COVID before we got the new guidance. So from that standpoint, the only thing we have not ordered, but this is a potential additional revenue, is for our concessions. So, as far as costs are concerned, the park's ready to go. It's open for the most part, not to the public yet, but we're ready for the public if we're given the green light to move forward.
Thank you, Director Underhill. I'm sorry, this is for my own information too. Did you say it was $70 to fill the pools?
It was insignificant. It was not very much. I want to say it was under $100 to fill the pools. I could be wrong. I need to check with utilities on that one.
Is that because it's our water?
I think so. From my understanding, it's not much.
It's not like if I fill my pool, it would cost $70.
Right.
Yeah, I was wondering about my lawn bill is what was Thank you, Director Underhill. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next is Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Underhill. is there the 6,400 on the expenditures per day? Is that mostly staffing or lifeguards?
Correct. We try to keep it basic math and what do we need to cover the basic cost on. So it's not electricity. It's not some of those soft costs that we have. It's strictly just our staff that are working the facility. We want to make sure we can cover those costs.
So if we I'm not super comfortable taking a net, planning on a net loss of $50,000. What I am interested in is if we could just open what the numbers would look like if we just opened the one pool, the regular swimming pool on the east end. If there would be, I just feel like those slides and everything require a lot of staffing, and maybe it would be maybe we could make it cash flow by opening a pool that doesn't have all the slides and just a place for people to play and that kind of thing. If you get 150 people in there, but the staffing is way less, and you could charge a little less as well, maybe that would cash flow or at least get the losses down. I'd be curious about at least floating that idea.
So just a quick response on that. So we'd only be allowed 50 people. It's tough because it's a large facility. So, we've gone through a lot of scenarios on this one and trying to figure out what makes the most sense. And ultimately, the more people we can get in the door, the better, because like I said, there's concession sales and other sales that could happen. And the more people that we bring in the gate gives us a little bit better shot at recouping more revenue than what we're projecting.
Okay, so probably 50 wouldn't make it work then. But all right, well, I guess my initial reaction is that planning on this is something public or no privately owned water park would do, is just plan on losing $50,000 in an economic downturn. It just doesn't seem like a wise idea. Thank you, Mayor.
Member Stone.
Yeah, I appreciate Member Anderson's questions because it helped me kind of make up my mind as well. I can't support us losing money to also potentially increase individual social contact at the same time. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Mayor Pro Tem Sierra.
Sorry about that, Mayor. Actually, the one concern that I have on this is actually just the social contact aspect of it. Just in terms of just places for families to go, I'm okay. As a city, I think it's a little bit different than a normal business trying to operate it in a profit or operating for a profit. So I think for this, I think it's more just amenities that we're offering the community. And I actually would be okay with opening even at these dollars, showing a net loss for 66 days. So I just think my one concern would just be just getting 450 people into a certain area. That would be my big concern. But in terms of the budget, I don't have as much of a concern. So I'm actually in favor of opening.
Thank you. Member Cuesta again.
Yeah, well, now I'm curious. So as you mentioned, you get 1,600 people a day there on average. And if we were to open, it's limited to 450. So that would seem to me somebody's got to be the bad guy and turn away all those people. And have you determined yet even how that system would work, how people would book into those slots and so forth?
Yeah, so we have talked about that. What the rec center's doing and Mally's doing is we're using a software that allows people to pick a time to come in. So we would have the 3 time slots available, and when they're full, they're full. If for whatever reason they don't fill and people walk up, which I guarantee people will just come, we maybe allow people to come into the facility if the time slots are not completely filled. So that would be the direction we'd want to take to help with crowd control. I would hate to have a mom drive all the way down from Greeley or wherever with her kids and try to get in, not knowing, which could happen still, but not knowing that you need to pick a time slot where full. So that would be the goal, is for individuals to pick their time slot and book it, and then come into the facility during that time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. So I am very surprised that Tri-County approved and the state opened this up. And because of that, I feel really confident about what they set the number at. And I'm actually fully in favor of this. We have no private clubs in the city of Englewood, and I'm listening to all the mayors around the metro area asking for all these waivers for their little private, I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit cheeky here, but private clubs, and we paid our dues, and how come you're not letting us into them? I would really like to open up a public space for our citizens to safely be able to swim and enjoy water with their families. I imagine that if we see some breakouts with some contact tracing going on and it relates back to this, we're going to have to close it down. So I feel pretty strongly about public access to things, and this is one of those. $50,000 is not that much when you think about our own, caring for people and their outdoor kind of enjoyment. And we have it in our unfunded, in our general fund, our, what do you call it? We have it.
Unassigned.
So, unassigned budget. We're looking at opening up streets tonight with, I know we didn't go to the full 23,000 for that to open up streets that people could jog and do things with their dogs or whatever, but this would accommodate way more people getting physical activity. I have to be honest, it scares me to think about lots of people being at a pool, but if I have to trust that the pool staff will be making sure that people stay in the groups that they came with, and chlorine, hopefully will kill some of this, but I don't know. We're in uncharted territory, but tell me if I'm wrong. Member Cuesta, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And, I didn't think there'd be much support tonight, but I'm hearing at least a couple that are willing to maybe give it a go. Well, to that note of closing down the streets and how we might be able to thought we could leverage some of the CARES money, is there any way that we could swing CARES money to cover some of this loss?
That's a great
creative.
Yeah, that's a great question. And talking to Maria Sabata in our finance director, it doesn't sound like we can recoup revenue loss. And we didn't really implement, other than cleaning supplies and signage and things like that, maybe additional training that we've paid our staff for related to COVID. That's what can be reimbursed, but a revenue loss, it sounds like, cannot be reimbursed by the CARES Act, unfortunately.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Manager Lewis, did you want to say anything with that? No. Okay.
No, she said it all.
Okay. Member Stone?
So I just want to really quickly address what you're saying about closing down streets to make it easier for folks. It's a fundamentally different premise. This is opening up a very confined and limited space to put people into, as opposed to closing down the streets, which is increasing the amount of open space that people can spread out into. The parks are already a confined space, and so adding additional space is not cramming more people in. It's making it possible for the people who are already there to have more space around them. I think that there's just a diametrically, fundamentally different action happening between putting people in confined spaces, in pools, in a park, versus opening up more area around existing parks for people to spread out into. And again, really the $50,000 is not my concern, but I am not in favor of losing money to also increase the amount of contact between individuals. Especially since Tri-County modified their initial response to us in order to try to accommodate us. That actually doesn't inspire faith for me.
Helpful to hear. They've been fairly conservative on things, so. All right, folks, so where are we on this? I'm going to take a straw poll. Member Stone, I heard you say no. Member Anderson?
Yeah, I initially said no, but some of your comments, Mayor, made me maybe rethink that. I think maybe this would be a good thing to offer for our citizens, even at the cost, and use some of the unassigned fund balance. It actually is kind of a sensible move, I think. So I think I flipped on this.
Member Wink?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Understand Member Stone's concerns, which I have as well, but I will be a yes on this.
You be a what?
A yes.
You're supportive, okay.
I will support opening, yes.
Okay, Member Cuesta?
I'm in. I'm a yes.
Member Russell.
My concern is losing money here and spending money there. And I am still concerned that our revenue is going to be less than we're expecting it to be. And so I am very concerned about this. And so, no, I am not for this.
Okay, so I think we have 4 saying yes. Member Wink, do you want to weigh in some more?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. Are we going to be able to collect information? So similar to what practices from the governors of each state for reopening certain types of business with like the thermometer and, you know, taking the temperature and noting symptoms when you go in. Is there any way to kind of measure and continually keep measurements of people that may go to Pirates Cove and outbreaks of COVID to see some correlation over time? I mean, this idea is just, it scares me to pieces.
Yeah, that's a great comment. We've had conversation with legal. It doesn't sound like we need to take temperature. We don't have to go that far. We would like people to wear masks, obviously, when they come, not in the water, not going down the slides, but if they're just hanging out, wear a mask. As far as the reservation system, we'd be able to capture information off of that regarding who's coming to the park and being present. And the hope would also be that if somebody who did come to the park and possibly had COVID would report that back or let the county know, which I believe is questions they're asking, where have you been, to help on those tracking methods. So Pirates Cove is a little bit trickier than our Malley or Rec Center because these aren't necessarily members, but through our reservation system, we should be able to capture that information.
Okay, thank you, Director Underhill. I love the intent. It's a firm no for me. I'm barely comfortable with the rec centers, but that's just me.
Okay.
It's interesting because I'm way more uncomfortable with the rec centers and much more uncomfortable with the open air. And I'm incredibly uncomfortable with the Malley Center, incredibly uncomfortable with that. But Member Cuesta.
Thank you, Mayor. And Director Underhill, now that it seems that there's support, do you guys have dates in mind? Were you just waiting for a green light from council?
Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. Everybody's ready to go. We would not open on the 14th because we do need to get a lot of precautionary things in place, you know, signage and all of that. So we would look at opening the Friday next, I forget what the date is off the top of my head, 18th maybe. So it'd be the following Friday. That's when we would look at opening Pirates Cove, and that would give people a chance to get on the reservation system and book their time and all that.
Sure, very good. Thank you.
I have one last question. At what point would we close it? Do we have a criteria for where we'd say, you know what, this did not work?
That's a great question and something we've thought about very carefully. Obviously, we don't want people getting sick and we don't want it spreading. Like other states who have reopened sooner than we have in Colorado, there's been outbreaks, and a lot of states that have reopened and had outbreaks, people weren't social distancing, not wearing masks. And so I think if we take those precautions into account, and if for whatever reason COVID numbers start spiking, especially in the county or in our city, we would definitely look at closing it at that point. So by no means are we, you know, open and staying open. If things change, we'll close. The other consideration is, you know, July 1st, the governor's office could lift restrictions even further or tighten them more too. So taking that into consideration, that it's an ever-changing situation that we're in.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's helpful. So I wanted to make sure that that we have some criteria. We're gonna say, you know what, we can't get people to use the masks when they're just out on the lawn and interacting at the whatever. And if that we're gonna have a high level of expectation there, and if we just can't do it and enforce it, that we just say, you know what, we're done. This isn't working.
Right. And we're at that point, you know, we want to reopen, obviously, because it's a great amenity for our community, but we have to be safe. And if people aren't going to respect the guidelines, or there's more people getting COVID, you know, it's one of those things. You look at the revenue and the losses potentially, and if we were to shut down early, it's less of a loss. So that's we've thought through that as well.
All right. I do have to say that I have a number of families in my district who have asked me this question about whether it's going to open, whether the rec center is going to open, other kinds of pools. And they are saying that if they don't get us to open, then they're going to go to some of these private clubs and pay there. And I think they're going to go anyway. Rather have them in our city. Member Cuesta, did you have another comment? I'm sorry, I didn't remember.
I
just want to make sure. Well, I didn't either. I think I forgot, and I wasn't sure if I had done it or not. Member Anderson?
Yeah, I just had, thank you, Mayor. One more question for Director Underhill. The 450, is that the total allowed in at one time?
That is the total allowed in per day. So we can have a time slot, so 450 max per day, based off the current guidance.
Okay. All right. I was just wondering if maybe there was a way to, if it was at a time, if you could fudge that up a little bit with some people leaving and new ones coming in. But okay, never mind. All right. Thank you.
All right. So I think you've gotten some direction, and we'll have to play this by ear. Certainly, we trust you to do this and keep the highest possible standards ever. I know this council did not want to demand face masks, but I'm really glad to hear that you're willing to actually make that a mandatory thing at the pool when they're not in the pool.
Yeah.
And that is the expectation, right?
That's correct. I mean,
Okay.
They're outside and it's uncomfortable, but that's the world we live in today. And to keep everybody safe and to keep Pirates Cove open and healthy, that would be the goal.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could move us to the next item.
Yes.
Actually, in the interest of time, based on this discussion, in a really nominal loss that we're projecting operating the train and the farm, and a far greater ability to social distance, if it's okay with you, I'd like to just, if there are no objections, just go ahead and open this one too, unless anyone has objections. Here are the numbers for that.
Yeah, and just real quick, we're looking at the 20-minute increments, so it could be a $5,000 loss. And again, the train is considered an amusement, so the train would not open just yet as amusement parks are to stay closed. So this would just be for the farm. We do time slots for people to come in, and again, it's only about $5,000, give or take, loss.
So if there are no objections, yeah, we would just go ahead and reopen this as well.
Any objections? It's a loss of 5,000. Member Cuesta.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have objections, but am I seeing that if we had 10 people in? So 10 people at 20 minutes, we lose 52.50, but 10 people at 15 minutes, I'm showing we're positive 10,500.
Yeah, so we can actually make more money by allowing a shorter time frame with the 10 people regulation that we have currently. So that's for the whole season.
Thank you. Of course, we generate more through with 5 minutes less. I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I mean, I'm not sure how much time you guys spend when you go in there. I mean, I think my kids are over it after 15 minutes, but that's just my
and that's what I asked the staff, and they said between 10 and 20 minutes, and then kids are done.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind the 15-minute limitation either, but that one perspective. Thank you.
I'm not opposed to this. I wonder if you should get it so it just zeroes out. Member Stone?
We can do that.
I'm with Member Quest on that. If we're going to open it, we might as well try and, make it profitable.
All right, we'll trust you to come up with what you think's best.
Okay. All right.
If that's okay with everybody, if everybody's, yeah. All right. Next.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to get the background that you have. We need to get that one sent out to us all. I want to be there next.
Okay.
I'll have my mask on though.
Perfect.
Manager Lewis, anything else on your list?
No, I just want to thank the council for your patience. As you know, these things are changing day to day. And so we know that some of these COVID-19 updates are time consuming for you all, but we really appreciate the feedback. And I appreciate the trust you put in me in the emergency order, but some of these things I really feel like council needs to weigh in on. So I value that input. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is our council members' choice, and I'm going to start out with this. I'm going to suggest item A is upcoming study session agenda item prioritization, and we had agreed that we would from time to time bring these back to you. I would like to suggest that tonight we only talk about one of them that I'd like to put on there, and then ask us maybe for Manager Lewis if Krista could put together some kind of a ranking maybe that we look at, and then come back in the next week with everybody saying, yeah, these are my first to 10. But the one I'd really like to get up there on the top would be, given the situation that we've had in our country with the violence against Black members of our neighborhoods, that we look at our policing and that we do what citizens are asked to do, and that's to take a look at our policies. I don't think our police department has anything to hide. I know that Chief Collins is on here tonight, but I would like us to take a look at my Brother's Keeper website that I agreed that I would bring this forward to you through, and that is that we would review the police force, use of force in our policies, that we'd engage our community in a wide range of input on policing, that we'd report our findings in 3 months, what we learned from that, and that we would work to reform any use of force policies based on findings that would make sense for us as our community. I'd like to see that top on our study session, and I'd like to get that on sooner than later, and would like your agreement to that if we can do that soon, and the chief can weigh in on that. So I guess I'm asking you for that tonight, to put that up in the top and center, and then ask you to rank the rest of them in a kind of a ranking polling that we did, like we did for the goals and strategic planning for us, and then come back and talk about which ones are first, second, third. Would that be okay? Any objections to doing that? We do have the chief on tonight. Mayor Pro Tem has your hand up. Have your hand up.
No, I was going to say I'm in favor of that, Mayor. Obviously, it is a big issue, and I definitely want to bring that as part of the agenda. I'm actually trying to figure out what the best way to do this would be, because obviously, you know, I don't know if we're going to have the time tonight to talk about it, but I'll probably send an email or a council request to the city manager, because there's a lot of information that's out there. I'm just trying to stay in front of it in terms of what are the asks from the community. And I know that you say the community, but I think this is the community at large. It may not just be Englewood, but this is just the Denver Metro, and just figuring out, you know, what kind of steps that we need to take. And so I've been reading up on a lot of information. Denver Right actually put together a nice little article where they're just they're listing all the items that you know, the protesters are asking for, and just listing them one by one. So that may be my council request, where I go back to the city manager and ask, you know, how, you know, are we taking these steps today? I know that we're taking some of the steps today that are being asked, but I think that may be part of my council request. And I actually do have a question for the chief, but I'll let everybody else weigh in at the moment.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, the first step of this is to do a review. And so your questions are absolutely appropriate, because the questions that you'd be asking are part of the review. And we need to get really specific about that. So I think that's great that you have some already. Others want to chime in or ask questions, and we can ask the chief to speak if you'd like. I don't see any hands up. Chief Collins, do you want to speak to this at all? I guess. Thank you for being here and waiting so long.
Oh, that's okay. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, someone's got a lot of talking in the background. I'm not sure. There, it's off now.
Yeah, that's not me. Mayor, it is very important, and I would encourage you to, how would I say, accelerate the process, if you will. Where, you know, we have always tried to be very opaque or transparent, And a lot of the things that the folks in our community and others are asking for certain conditions. And in many cases, we've already fulfilled them. And, you know, it is such as when you talk about the chokehold and whatnot, that was banned, I believe, back in the late 70s or early 80s. And we don't train in that, nor do we, you know, do we see that as a tool that police officers should be using. And obviously what took place in Minneapolis is an example why. And so, you know, we're willing and able to answer all your questions, to provide you the information that you need in regards to use of force and all the issues that are at the top of the list of everybody today. And, you know, we're part of history, and we need to learn from it. And I want this process to be quick and expedient, and so we can fulfill what our obligations are to the community. So we're an open book. Just let's get this process going.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. I think you've had a very, very open style with this all, and I think that goes a long way of building trust. Mayor Pro Tem, you still have your hand up. I may not have unmuted you or unraised it, or lowered it. Did I?
No, I have a question for the chief, and I guess it's just one of my council requests, and I don't believe it's been answered just yet. But Chief, you know, one of the asks that I've been receiving from constituents is where Englewood PD stands on the 8 can't wait, and I believe we have outlawed, or we don't practice 7 of them, 7 of the 8, and I'm not sure if that's completely correct, but where do we stand on the 8 can't wait? There's a website, and I can list them down if you like.
Yeah, if I would argue that we're pretty close to fulfilling 8 on 8, and the reason being is the one concern I have about one of them is the question about where officers should always, and I emphasize that term, always warn somebody that they're about to shoot them. And in many cases, such as last night, that opportunity doesn't exist. And so the Supreme Court backs that, and they say officers should, but in some cases you cannot. And I'd like to sit down with each and every one of you and go over those 8, and you'll see that we've fulfilled those. And so, and we do have a large number of requests, and we're cranking them out. Last night kind of set us back a little bit, but nonetheless, you'll have those responses pretty quick.
And I appreciate that, Chief. No, thank you very much. And I do believe that this should be a dialogue between council, city staff, and Englewood PD, as well as our constituents. And so I do appreciate the honest feedback on.
Yeah, and not just one conversation. The conversation needs to continue to go on, not in one evening. And this has to go on for a long period of time, because change is coming, and we need to embrace it. So
I appreciate that, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stone.
Yeah, to answer the first question that you had, Mayor, I am very supportive of us moving this up on the agenda. In fact, if we could do it as soon as possible, I'd love to do that. And I do have quite a few questions. I have been forwarding some stuff along to the city manager so that the chief can have some time to process some of my questions and present full information. And I think it's really important that we have a transparent process, but also that there's time enough to get us real answers to all of our questions. So I'll continue doing that until we have that study session. And I think maybe it might be worth clearing a study session. I feel like this is going to be a fairly long conversation personally. And so maybe we just push our entire calendar back by a week, or 2 weeks, I guess would be more accurate. But I think that would be the best way to go forward.
Thank you. Member Cuesta?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is the first time I've been pointed to the direction of the 8 can't wait. And so Chief Collins, and this is a good thing to pass along to citizens that reach out to me too. If I understood correctly, we're meeting all 7, and the only one that you mentioned that is, it becomes subject to outside variables of the matter are the require warning before shooting.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the strict sense of the word, officers will do that. But again, there are occasions when they're not given that opportunity, such as last night.
Sure.
And I'll give you an example if you have time, since we're here. It was several weeks ago where Air One from Denver had followed a vehicle into Englewood and landed. The vehicle landed in Englewood, and the person came charging out of his house with a rifle, pointed at one of our officers, and the officer said, "Drop the weapon." And I'm amazed that something seriously did not happen at that point in time. And the subject retreated back in his house. We were able to go back in and get him and take him into custody. But that's a real, I mean, that's about as good of an example of giving somebody a warning where, had he not and had to use the deadly force, he probably would have been justified. And but in this case, he chose not to, and it scares the bejesus out of me that it didn't end otherwise. And but fortunately, it didn't end that way. So.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate the example. Oh, pardon me. Excuse me.
Sure.
Oh, if I interrupted you, please continue, Chief Collins. But otherwise, that's a great example. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good example, and last night was an example of where we just couldn't quite do that. Sure. The officers encounter an individual, and you're right in the middle of a gunfight, and that's the way it happens. And but to say that we wouldn't honor that premise of a warning, no, we would always do that, given the opportunity to do so.
I really appreciate your detail there. And again, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for pointing attention to this, because this is at least a reference point for me as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Member Krista, just a point of information for me. Have you not received emails from people asking about the 8 can wait?
It's interesting. I have received many calling, I would say in a broader sense, for change review, but this is my first time being directed specifically to these 8 items.
All right. I've gotten lots. So maybe what we all should do is send them on to the city manager to keep a collection of them. There's a template that maybe some are using, so I've gotten a lot, and maybe it's because I'm mayor, so they're just looking for the mayor's name, but I just thought all of us were getting all of them. Member Wink, and then let's close this up.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I've gotten a zillion of those same templates too. To the point where I actually asked one citizen about the Blacks in Englewood that have been treated with police brutality. I mean, just give me, and then she said, "Oh, well, there aren't any." Oh, okay. Anyway, it's been a lot. So I want to say thank you to Member Stone for your comments about, the 8 can wait is one component of many. I don't even know who published it. I don't want to grill our police chief on everything that people send me just on the fly in meetings. So I think a planned conversation would be really intelligent. If possible, with time beforehand for the police chief and whomever else on his leadership team might join him to facilitate such a conversation. So I do think that's a great idea. And I can't remember there was a question we were supposed to answer. What was it, Mayor?
Are you okay with moving this up to the top of the list and coming up with a plan for it? That makes sense for the next meeting or 2.
Yes and no, but yes.
You want it to be a guided, you want some structure to it, so it's not just a free-for-all?
I just think people are knee-jerk reacting in a not unintelligent way in many cases, but we should talk, so.
Yeah, okay. Anybody in disagreement with us moving this up the list? All right, so we will work with the chief on this, and what I would ask from all of you is if you could send us, Manager Lewis forward emails that you have received that maybe he was not on. And if it's the exact same email over and over, you don't probably need to send all those, but at least send those that you've received and anything else that you might have learned from people who've called you. I've had people from Denver call me as well, which I'm not sure I'm as interested in, but I think we are a metro area that has to respond to everyone all around us because people travel through our city. For the most part, some of the comments that I've heard, Chief, are very positive about your officers, and that was encouraging.
Thank you.
But we can do a lot, and I'm so glad that there's nothing to hide. There's only ways to grow, and that we're willing to move forward. All right, so we're going to send out a list of the other items, and you can rate those. So that's it for me tonight. I'm done. Any other council choices at this point? Put your hand up, and I'll call on you. If you don't have your hand up, we'll close the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I just want to send my thoughts to the officer that was wounded last night, and Chief, extend my condolences to just your entire staff. I know that you guys are under a lot right now, and last night didn't help. So, but you guys have done a lot for the city, and a lot of respect, at least from my end, and I'm sure from the rest of council. You've always been stand up with us, and everyone on staff has as well. So, just my condolences, and hope that she's just in better health and out of the ICU soon. So, thank you, Chief.
Consider it done.
Member Cuesta.
Yeah, I had the exact same sentiment I wanted to express. I really, really appreciate the work that our first responders do. Chief Collins, you and your team, that's one more example that every day they risk lives to keep Englewood safe and keep my family safe and all the families here. So I'm tremendously grateful. I really think it said a lot that you and City Manager Lewis were there as well. I really appreciate your trips to the hospital, meeting with the family. That means a lot to me. I think it says a great deal about the character of our staff. And so thank you for doing that. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Thank you. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I just want to add, echo those sentiments. Very thankful for our police department, and you are all certainly in our prayers. So thank you for all you've done. Chief Collins, and to the fantastic officers, and we're certainly praying for our wounded at this time. I want to just are we doing council members' choice right now?
Yep.
Okay. I don't have I have 3 boards and commissions. I don't have a lot to say about them, but I did have them this week. No real report from the housing authority meeting. Pretty normal there. KB is working on a proposal to get a grant for $10,000 to increase their activities. So hoping they can put something together and get a grant from the National Keep America Beautiful Foundation. And then of course, Water and Sewer Board, we had a report last night from Director Van Rye about the fee and rate study for water and sewer. Looking forward to that coming to council. Is very informative, and Councilmember Wink asked a lot of good questions, so I'm sure you'll hear those again when it comes before the full council. So otherwise, I wanted to see if I could ask City Manager Lewis one thing real quick about the variance that you put in. You said, I just want to understand what the variance was, what all organization or types of businesses or places it was for, and what exactly that would allow, and how is that working now? Are those going just through the county, or are those going all the way to the state?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Anderson. They are starting with the county because the county is the party responsible for submitting those, but they first go through Tri-County for a review. And then they're forwarded on to the state. And so that's kind of the process. But the specifics of that are gyms, houses of worship, restaurants, and bars. And that is to allow them to go up to 50% of fire code capacity as opposed to 50 people or 50% occupancy, whichever is less. And I will forward you the press release and the variance request because it just came in. I'll forward that as soon as the meeting's over.
Okay, and that variance request is then it's in process, so we're in the queue for the state on that. Okay.
That's correct. And I will mention that they are often rejected and then sent back with requests for corrections or changes and then approved after that. So we may be in for a couple of week process.
Okay, well, thank you for doing that. And is this only for City of Englewood, or is this a countywide variance?
No, and I don't give me too much credit for that, or really at all. I've simply just worked with our staff to forward our needs to the county so that they know what those are. And actually, you guys were part of that too, forwarding businesses like Felt and a couple of others that we forwarded to the county. So it's definitely a countywide effort.
Okay.
And Ray Anderson, if I could speak up, it's part of that conversation that you heard on the phone that one day of, okay, let's stop complaining. Let's start putting together what everybody wants, put it together through the county. The county has to initiate it, and then it goes through Tri-County and up the, we spent way too many weeks pointing fingers. So we finally got some things together and it went out tonight, but we'll see what happens.
Well, thank you to whoever worked on that. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that's going forward. Very much appreciate it. And that concludes my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Member Russell's next.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank Chief Collins and the police department for the great job that they do in keeping us safe. And I do appreciate the openness and transparency. I'm very thankful that you and Sean were at the hospital last night and for letting council know. And we are keeping the officer in our prayers and all of the police department. Thank you very much for all.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, having Sean there last night show up, it lifted the spirits of folks there. And I think if I didn't show up, I'd get beat up the next day. But the fact that Sean took the time to come, it spoke volumes of his character and his concern for the folks here. And I tell you, every person that saw him there was uplifted by it. So I just have to say that. So thanks.
Great, thank you. And we greatly appreciate the city manager as well. Thank you so much. I have one question, and I don't know if this is a council request or and maybe it can even just be answered right now, is what's going on with the trash hauling committee right now? Has the committee been formed? What's the current status?
Councilmember Russell, I would like to get an update on that before I give any information that's not exactly right, but it is on an upcoming agenda. So I know that we're moving forward with that, and you will be able to weigh in on those committee members at an upcoming agenda. I just don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
I can give a little bit of information if you would like.
Yeah, please, Jade.
The Organized Trash and Recycling Collection Citizen Committee has 11 people who have submitted paragraphs of interest in response to the council's direction in March. The makeup of the committee will be discussed, and staff is expected to receive direction at the June 22nd meeting. And that is currently where we have it scheduled. After that is when that's when I've seen emails that stated that interviews will happen after that meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. So, and nice I greatly appreciate the information, and all of the people have been notified, right? The 11 people have been notified that that you received their applications.
That I am unaware of, as the clerk's office is not taking over that portion of it, but I can double check with Public Works and hopefully get an answer for you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all that I have this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We're on to manager's choice.
I think we've gone long enough, Mayor. Just I want to echo the sentiments that all of you gave the chief and the officers, and just the thoughts and prayers of mine that go out to the officer and frankly all involved in the incident last night. I told the chief and some of the officers today that I'm really proud to serve in an organization where our police force does have work with integrity and compassion. I also want to thank the mayor, who also offered to come up last night to the hospital, and it was getting late, and anyway, so
I'm not
I
sure
passed
they
that
would have
on
let
to
me in. They're not letting other people in to see her, so they wouldn't
Right.
invite me in either.
But I did let the command staff know and to please pass that on to the officers that you also made that offer. So thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney's choice?
No report from the city attorney. Still
All
good.
right. Tell Allison to keep having a great vacation.
Will.
At home, staycation. All right, everyone, we're adjourned for tonight. I really appreciate your being on for so long. Please respond to the information about rating the items for the further study sessions. Thank you very much. Take care.
See y'all.
Othaniel and Sean will meet on Teams, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah, in a
All
minute.
right.
All right, we'll write on that.
Bye.
Thank you.